Alright, here we go! It's time for some more The Witcher 3. It's been a couple of weeks now since we played. I've been a little bit under the weather lately, and the Mondays for some reason were the worst. I guess that's just a classical Monday feeling, right? But here we are, we're back, so I'm actually looking forward quite a bit to be playing again. Probably actually good with a little break from the game. Starting to get, sometimes a little bit monotonous. Then again, we have found our way over to Skellige, which is pretty good. Very nice environment. We did a couple of things with Jennifer. Searched through some castles or some secret rooms and whatnot, and I think that's kind of where we left off. So, yeah, let's just continue and see what's going on.
As Jennifer of Vengerberg told it, there had been a magic explosion in Skellige. Related to Ciri's reappearance, it had destroyed a vast swath of forest. Geralt set out for the Isles to join the sorcerers and seek further clues of Ciri's whereabouts. The druid Ermion, however, had no intention of letting Yennefer examine the woods, so Geralt and Yen sought out Jarl Kraken Krate, who helped break down the druid's resolve.
Oh yeah, I remember. So we're supposed to convince someone that we should be allowed to do something. Yes. 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 That's loud. That's a nice place to start the game. That's pretty good. Oh god, I just walked right over that. Oh, it's been a while since we played. I feel like... Everything is probably okay. Okay. So yeah, I have no idea what we're doing here. Journal. There we go. This is always happening. I think this is one we're doing. Meet Jennifer at the site of the magic cataclysm. Yeah. Don't think we have too many other things to do. Well, we do actually. Sail to the island of Undvik. Okay, that's the quest we got from kind of the current ruler or whatever it was. Look for a thieves' camp near the obelisk. Yeah, I don't remember when we picked some of these up, but that's all good. I think we should... Let's continue doing the main quest. I'm always hesitant if I should continue the main quest or if I should indeed do side quests first. I think the main quest will always wait for us, right? So let's actually do something else first. Let's start with the lowest thing. Okay, that's at least on this island. Nice. So I guess some of the quests are actually gonna take us elsewhere. They're not named these islands, which is interesting. So maybe we're looking for... Yeah, I don't recognize any of these names here. Well, that's gonna... Well, we'll tackle that when we get there. I don't remember why we're... Wait, there's people here now. I don't remember why we're exactly here. I guess we just went out here to look at the environment or something. Don't recall going out here at all. Maybe we just spawned here. Maybe we have had a conversation. And I don't know how to get out of here. Okay, that just loops around. We did arrive with an elevator, I think. Also, we did have a shortcut for turning the UI on and off. I don't remember what it was. Home? Yeah. Why did the music stop? what a party. Why?
Adventure seeker.
There was music before we entered the room, and now it says God. Oh, it's one of those parties where you have your own music in your earpieces, and then you just dance to that. Alright, I see. That's kind of cool. And this band is just also doing the same. They're playing to their own ears only. Alright, that's cool. Don't know if we needed to go in here to get out, but I feel like we probably had to. Okay, I guess I can sprint. Hello, family mano. How are you doing today? I don't think this is the way we came in, but
Wonder if he's as strong as he looks.
Yeah, I don't recognize this at all. I guess we took a sort of an elevator up, if I don't recall incorrectly. Okay. Someone have COVID in this game? Yeah, maybe. Probably a lot of coughing and stuff like that in this region. Well, alright, this should take us out of the hilly area here. Could be that I'm missing out on a couple of things since I don't have the minimap on, but I feel like the game looks better when we don't have a lot of stuff cluttering the screen. Maybe once we're getting out of here. I mean, right here there could be quests and stuff like that surrounding us. But we have enough quests already, so, you know, that's fine. Get it. What the? What the? Just get... I think this could be a... Okay, I'm heading in the right direction. I think we should bring out Roach for this. He did come along. Oh, goat. No. Okay. I thought we had a goat on this island. No, we still have Roach. Maybe Roach... I'm gonna trust in Roach here. I'm gonna let him lead. Usually doesn't end up where we need to go, but let's see if it actually works. So I think how it works is that Roach kind of follows roads, and when he can't... What the... Okay, never mind. Well, there we go. And preferably he should take us to the quest marker, right? He might also just be following random roads by the look of it. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, sure, Roach, you brought us to this place. Alright, let's check it out, Roach. It's your choice.
What do you need?
You aim to enter the crypts?
Maybe.
Maybe. Why are you here?
Came here to cut nails.
Nails?
Off corpses. Don't you know? Wraiths use nails to build their cursed longship.
So you're hoping you can make them run short of materials?
We would if we could get in the crypts. But there's ghosts inside.
Oh no.
Would you tend to them?
Sure.
Fine. I'll see what I can do about the ghosts.
Hey. Ghosts. I think gonna leave the UI on for this, since we might need our health bar, you know. Loot? That's just a dead pig. Can we get some pork? It seems healthy to eat. Raw pig meat. Got some nice music happening here. Feels a little bit wrong, just looting the dead like this, but I feel like they've already been looted. I guess these ladies have been in there. But the weird thing is we're finding ashes in these at least. So these bodies have been burned. Maybe nails don't get burned, I don't know. So yeah, we're definitely not the first one to loot here, I think. It always feels bad looting the dead. But then again, what are they gonna do with this stuff, you know? They have no need for it. What the? That's not a ghost, that's a wraith. Well, maybe wraith or ghost. I guess they are. What? I think we saw another wraith here. Yeah. The trap usually works pretty well with these guys. Well, it's a little bit too dark here. They're actually lighting up the environment a little bit. That was so fucking perfect. That was insane. Both of them just stepped right into my trap and we can hit them at the same time. That was beautiful. Beautiful, Geralt. Now back to looting. Excuse me? Flowers? I almost feel like the music doesn't really fit the scene right now. This is like outdoors adventurous music. We should have some creepy ghostly music right now. Maybe just an ambient sound. Like a drone-ish sound or something like that. It's because way too relaxing. It's not spooky or ghostly at all. And there's nice music, but it is relaxing, so there is that. Yeah. It is really wonky when you want to put away your torch mid-fight. It's like every time we're entering the fight stance, everything gets a little bit more wonky. Including just putting away the torch. And I guess our goal is just clearing all of the wraiths out. There is potential for some great treasures though. Loot? Oh. There's a little box. I'm gonna keep looting until we're overburdened. And then we're gonna stop. Have a look around. I usually don't drink any alcohol anyway, so... Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. It's kind of pointless picking up the beer and stuff like that. I've been keeping some wine and some hard liquor. Just in case it's some fancy stuff and we can trade with it. Wait, that is it, isn't it? Oh, I got no maps. Looking secret doors as well. Usually they're very easy to spot. And the quest marker, well, it might be leading us back out, I guess. Maybe that was it. And once again, I do believe we're a little bit over leveled for being here. We should probably have been here like 2 or 3 levels ago. I do see 3 enemy symbols here. Could be loot piles, I guess. From the... No? So, well, they should be right here. There's no arrow on the red dots. Huh? So it shouldn't be above or below me. Well, maybe this was all there was. Let's speak with the guys outside, I guess. Unless I missed another path, which it doesn't look like I did. Just gonna walk around looking at the minimap here, see if we missed anything. No. But I didn't get a, like... Yeah. We didn't get a mission cleared notification.
Greetings to you.
And to you.
Okay, well.
Took care of the ghosts. Crypt is safe.
Thank you for your help, white-haired one.
We'll make a sacrifice to Freya in your name.
Nice. Huh. Oh, that was easy. Now, are we on the correct quest here? Probably not, no. Win a unique card from Ermion. Okay, we want to try to do that as well. I think this was the one we were going for. Yeah, the lowest level. Okay. Roach! Nope. Get on the horse. Thank you. Ooh, I wonder if I need to take a certain path to get around this mountain here. Let's see. Oh dear. Well, this seems fine. A fast travel point. Yeah. I haven't really listened to the horses walking before. Sounds very good.
Giddy up.
Okay, this is probably the obelisk. Don't remember what we were supposed to do. Look for a thief's camp near the obelisk. Skellige value 3 things all above all else. Honor, the memory of the ancestors, and sturdy weapons. That is why Crack and Crate flew into fury when he found out... Crack on Crate. When he found out someone had stolen his family blade. Coolio. From the care-trolled treasure room. The infuriated Joel promised a fat bounty to whoever could find his lost sword and punished the thief. Okay. Let's have a look around without using our senses, see if we can spot anything. Oh.
I get his blades, and whichever one he uses will get
Ow! 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 I don't know what my health is here. Let's bring the UI back up. Okay, that's not good. Swung right through me. So in this fight, I'm still pretty nimble, it feels like. It's like every other fight has its own... I'm trying to block that. Okay, maybe I can block that. No, I don't remember how to do that. I do not remember how to do that. Let's practice in another fight where we're doing a little bit better in the first place. Did he hit me? Wow, how did he hit me? He missed. What? That was weird. Okay. Yeah, even the on-screen prompts disappear when I remove the UI. So I don't know, you know, if I'm standing in the correct spot or anything like that. Let's leave it on for now. Yep, should be those 2 bodies only. And apparently the game tells me that this is where we're supposed to look. Is this it? Probably. Brynnold, fat as a seal for winter yar. With a maw that reeks like a cesspit. But your head, brilliant. Making a mold of the key with a lump of clay, damn clever. Can't believe I didn't think of it myself. I strolled right into the armory after dark. Coolio was lying there, right where you said, in a case wrapped in oilcloth. What a blade. Fits your hand like a toothsome lass's tit. Point sharp as a needle. Hilt set with gems. Stared so hard I didn't hear that fool Olaf coming. He wouldn't have caught me had he not tripped and smacked his gob into the ground. Seems the gods are looking after us. He would have caught me. Yeah, okay, so let's see. So now we've got to sell the blade, and that won't be easy. Not many got that kind of coin, and them who do don't want to cross Crack. Luckily, my brother Urian knows a merchant, fellow named Gimre, who always finds willing buyers for second-hand goods. We're going to meet in the old fortress near Fyresdal. Maybe they'll make a deal with Lugos. He's got heaps of gold, and not a drop of fear for Crate. Cheers to you, old goat. So, I guess we're just handing in the quest, right? I wonder if we could meet up with the fence here and sell the blade if we wanted to. Oh, it actually wants me to... Oh, so the sword we found was not actually this sword. I see. I thought the sword we found on the ground there was it. It was a note that was important. So... Picked up a couple of useless stuff, I think. Okay, pretty good steel sword, actually. I do like the crit hit bonus we have right now. It's just a damage bonus if we get a crit hit, so it's not insane, for sure. This one is... Oh, that's even better crit hit damage and armor piercing. Not too bad, actually. This one is pretty decent as well. All the weapons we're finding here are pretty decent. The armor piercing could be really good against humanoids. Might just keep them around for now. Okay, so we didn't pick up any useless weapons really. And we are using... Oh, we're using our fancy dress still. I shouldn't be doing that, holy crap. Which is my... Yeah, the Vlad Armor. Let's equip that. Equip those. And trousers? Yes. Okay. That's why we took so much damage, I think. What is this? Not as good as our current one. Pretty good resistances, but that's about it. And I kind of forgot what we needed to do in order to get the set bonus. That might be some DLC stuff only, because we have the whole set. Maybe we need a steel sword of the feline as well. Version. Yeah. I don't know. Feels good using the same set though. And we can still pick up a couple of more things. Oh, that's far away. Well, alright. Let's go. Roach? There you go. Let's meditate first, actually. Kind of running low on everything.
Hey-ya!
Probably should look through the camp itself as well. Yep, why not? Man, there is just something about third-person games that doesn't play well with mouse and keyboard, of course. I understand that. But, I mean, if I compare the movement in this compared to... Well, Lords of the Fallen that we tried out last, it's just night and day. I think it's just that all of this movement is quicker. And you know, when I dodge or jump, he's actually doing it in the correct direction. And I think the movement is just a little bit more snappy, so it's more comparable to Neo and Sekiro and all that stuff. Did I play Neo with mouse and keyboard or controller? I actually don't remember. I think we played with a controller. No? Yes, we did, because it was really hard setting it up for mouse and keyboard. But yeah, even playing with a controller, I feel like there is something just weird going on with the movement when you're playing a third-person game. I don't know what it is. Okay. Roach. Can I save my game? I don't want to save. Maybe it's friendly. You never know. Okay, interesting. Oh, he's burning. That's nice. It's not dealing a lot of damage to me. Well, there we go. Oh, he's dead to fire. Man, the fire effect on the weapon, that is sweet.
Might want to look around some.
Yes. Can I loot him? No. New quest, hard times. What the hell? I feel like I hear another Cyclops.
Trail's fresh. Blood hasn't even dried. Blood hasn't even dried.
Okay. Do I need to touch that in order to get the next one? No, here we go. Can I search this? No.
Another track. Blood hasn't even dried.
Wow. Got nothing else to say, eh?
Another victim.
Another? Janne, my dear son. Ill is our lot of late. Singa's husband's ship crashed in a storm during his last expedition. Bjorn survived, thank the gods. But weeks will pass before his captain builds another, and meanwhile, life must go on. He weren't taken on for the building, so he's earning no coin. We're eating our winter stock now, and I fear to think what we'll do when they run out. That's why I'm sending Singa to you and asking for your help on behalf of us all. If you can, find work for Singa, and then Bjorn and I will come to Caer Trolde to stay with you. Perhaps there's some work for Bjorn with you at the forge. And if work is scarce around Caer Trolde as well, lend Singa a few coppers at least. And I'll give it all back with interest once we're out of this plight. With a belief in your good heart and thanks in advice, your loving mother. I guess that was it. Why did he say another body though? So did I miss a body coming up here? Maybe. Oh. Well, okay, I guess there was a body here. Yeah, okay, I see. Kind of forgot about that. drone. Level 20. Might be a little bit too much. It shouldn't be though. Looks like I'm poisoned. Wait, it's not dead. Okay. Don't know if that's gonna explode or what. Nope. Okay. Oh god. I'm taking some poison damage here. It's almost gone. Okay. It's sleepy time. As long as we can just replenish our inventory, it's fine. It's actually fine using your consumables. And that's... I was gonna say unique for this game. Which is not really. It's almost like a Souls-like thing with Estus flasks that they restock when you reach a resting place. Only difference is that you're actually carrying that with you here. And I mean, I guess it's like a regular checkpoint in another game where you get more heals. It's not unique really, but I don't know. It feels, it almost feels like you're abusing it a little bit. You just use all your heals and then you replenish them. But I guess the fights will become harder, and you know, that's all good. Oh wow, what the fuck is this? Can I save? Yes. Armored or ruckus? Seems very tanky. Why are they not dying when their health is 0? You gotta wonder. You gotta wonder. Yes, I better just hit them more times. Come on, Roach, calm down. Everything is fine. Okay, let's see if we can fight this other thing. Okay, he's got a long leap. Wow, that hit me? Really? What? Why did I take damage? What? What happened? I guess being close to it may be punishing. That's such a fast attack. Yeah, I'm dodging too early. So it's just a couple... Why did that hit me? It's just a couple of levels above me. But it's still way too tanky for my weapons, it seemed like. Yeah, I'm dealing absolutely no damage here. So what else can we use? Urden, I guess? Well, it did something. Come over here. Yes, step into my circle. Don't... No, no, no! I can't really heal now because I'm gonna poison myself. Don't know exactly what that's gonna do. Yeah, those fast attacks, there's... I guess I could block. They're really hard to spot. But yeah, it's a little bit sad how impossible it is to fight something that is just a couple of levels above. Then again, it said that it's an armored arachne or whatever it said. So maybe we need armor piercing. Maybe I should use my steel sword. We don't have armor piercing on that specifically. We do have on another one, so maybe that's the way to go. I guess we could try it. So this one does not have any armor piercing. We had some that had 22 armor piercing. 25 plus crit hit. I guess we can try it out. See, I don't want to fight. Oh, I saved after that. That's perfect. No, I'm dealing probably less damage now. So that wasn't the way to go. And I have not killed the other two guys yet. So mistakes might have been made. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not working. So I don't know what to do to fight. I guess I shouldn't fight enemies that are slightly higher than my level. Which is strange, because it shouldn't be that huge a gap. I mean, we're already at level 20. Already, we've been playing for quite some time, I guess, but yeah, it seems like every level contains quite a leap in damage and resistance. So let's just continue on. Did the game save my weapon swapping? No. Perfect. Okay, this is not our quest marker, it seems like. Or maybe it is.
Fang and claw wounds all over the body, but those indicate feeding. He died from a blow to the head.
What the heck is this? I wish you could get some information by using your senses like this, just scoping in on it. Well.
The fiend.
I can't lock onto him. Can't even attack him? Yeah, I'm dealing no damage here. I guess I'm auto-locked on since it is a boss fight. Yeah, I'm just under-leveled. And we can't jump, so we can't leave the arena. That's nice. He's healing over time as well, so, you know. What? Don't know if I can't use my... Okay, I'm one-handing right now because of its effect on me. That's fine. It is very slow. Okay, it's not too bad, since it is slow and it's basically not attacking me. Yet. Okay, there we go. Jeebus. And now it's gonna go stealthy again. I'm not taking damage or anything from this. I just can't shoot my crossbow. Ah, not again. Okay, I thought I could maybe cancel that. It is very slow. Ah, again? What? Okay, this is bad.
Ran off to its lair to lick its wounds. Need to track
Are you kidding me?
down.
After all that. Quest updated, missing son. What the hell? I didn't even know we were doing a quest. Missing oh, that's the main quest. Why does this always happen? No? Okay, I thought it was a main quest. It's not. It's a Witcher contract. Okay. So this is so strange. This creature is level 29. Well, maybe not 29. It has no level, but the quest is 29. And I'm having an easier time with that than a level 20, what was it, 24 random beast in the wild. I mean, mostly due to that animal not really attacking me. This one became kind of easy. Let's see if I track this quest. How does it look in the world? Okay, it's marked here, and is it marked on the map? Okay, so we can do that later. Maybe we can level up 1 or 2 steps and just deal a little bit better damage. So let's continue on with the one that we were supposed to do. We keep getting sidetracked. This is sidetracked the game for sure. Okay.
Ate only the entrails. Fussy.
I thought it said pussy. Ate only the entrails. Pussy. Could potentially glitch our way in there, but that could be bad. Okay, I could actually left the arena. I thought thought we were stuck here. Okay. Bread. Oh! Okay. I think I'm moving a foot from here. We can't be too far away from our quest. We've been traveling for a long time. Oh, we're actually pretty far away still. Yeah, wow. Okay, this island was a little bit bigger than I thought it would be. It actually is, which is nice. I thought it was going to be super small. Interesting, okay, we got a couple of interesting things here. I want to check these out while we're here. Very clear water. Oh my god. Could it be a place of power? Grimyard Monument. Wolf. And Petr.
What happened?
What happened, damn it? Is that I fell and cracked me damn leg in two.
Stop whining, Peter. I'm ashamed to hear it. Pull yourself together, man. Worst case, Henrik'll whittle you a wooden leg. Old Ollah's got one, and you don't hear him complaining.
Old Ollah's also got lice, stinks, and leaks out of both ends. Yet he don't complain about that either. You two gonna help or no?
How'd you fall?
We set out to light a fire there, atop of the statue's shoulders, for our own glory and that of our ancestors.
Looks like you succeeded.
Aye, but the fire went big so quick, Peter jumped back. Lost his balance.
Got lucky anyway. Could have broken his neck falling from that height.
Hello, level 1. Thank you for hosting. Hope all is well. Got some medicine for you, sure. What am I giving him? Am I gonna waste one of my... Nah, probably not.
This celandine should help you.
Yeah, okay.
Won't mend your leg, but it will make it hurt less.
Thanks. Our undying gratitude, that gets you.
The gratitude of a dying man in my case. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Shut it and show me that leg. Thanks again. God's guide you.
Just had some sushi. Too hot out. Wait. Really?
Stop groaning. Herb will do its thing soon, and I'll take you to the druid.
I'm actually not a big 22 degrees centigrade Celsius. Alright, that's pretty warm actually. I think we're down below 10 here. I'm actually gonna check. See if I'm lying or not. Yep, 9 degrees. I'm not a big sushi fan myself. Seems like everyone always loves sushi, but I don't care too much about it. I don't care for it. Your truck was frozen. What? What are you talking about? Am I supposed to do something here? I kind of missed if this led to a quest or something. Well, let's just continue on with what we were doing. Maybe we're gonna meet those guys later or something like that. I guess we have another little fort here or something like that. My truck wasn't really frozen yesterday. It was more off the road sometimes. So that was about it. Oh, I did stream yesterday. I was out trucking. And we had the second worst accident so far. We just came through a curve a little bit too fast. So we went off-road. But I managed to get off the wilderness and onto the road again. Using some differential lock on my wheels. Looks like an old water mill, potentially. Remade to be a defensive post. Was it short? No, it was almost 4 hours. So, almost normal length. A little bit shorter, I was really beat after work this weekend. Is there anything here? Maybe not. Don't think it's marked on the map as anything. No? Might be something later, I guess. Maybe just missed it somehow. Yeah, it was a secret stream. Very secret. Didn't you get my invite? Will they move and start working on a slightly different area? He actually does. But then it goes back again to the same spot. Okay. And the lighting changed? Oh, well. As long as you don't look too long. Vagrant? Drummond? Shield Maiden. I'm not gonna pick any more quests up right now. I might not do the Witcher quest. We'll see later once we leveled up, because so many of them seem to be way over higher level than we're currently at. There's a guy to talk to though.
And then what?
Then nothing. Never you mind. This here's a job for a witcher.
For me?
As you wish.
What's the problem?
A beast. It attacked me and my comrade.
We'll gut the fucker.
Aye, but not us. The witcher.
Why bother the witch man? Like as not it were a pack of wolves. They got you so afeard you shat yourselves in sore spectres. Let me round up a few sturdy lads and we'll...
Won't be needed. The Witcher'll help, right? You shan't let us down.
Feral folk, dumb as stumps.
It would be kind of interesting if you actually could, if when you're agreeing to a quest, it did tell you already here if you were at the correct level. It could just be like a parenthesis with level 29, 30 or 12 or whatever. Could even be crossed out. But then again, you can potentially beat anything even at a low level, so it shouldn't be crossed out, the option, I think. But it would be kind of decent if it told you. So if you said no, I'll come back later, then you can return later and see if the quest was there. But then again, you might as well just collect the quest right now.
Fine. What's this about? Tell me.
Me and my mate were on our way here to Fyrsdal with a cart full of hides. Suddenly we heard a screech. Our horse got spooked, started kicking, and then monsters jumped out of the bushes.
Oh no.
My mate drew the short straw. They got him first. By some miracle I managed to get away.
What kind of monsters?
Necooks, no doubt about it.
What?
You know, sharp claws, animal skulls on their heads, attack in swarms.
Neckers?
Neckers?
Yeah, neckers! Near 20 of them. So will you help? Will you kill the bastards?
Oh, I will.
That road needs to be clear. Aim to travel it again soon.
I haven't done this ever. Let's talk about my reward. Maybe you can always just find out what he's gonna give you and then you can decide, it's not gonna be worth it. So let's see what happens when we touch this. I kind of haven't done it because it seems like it's a little bit too greedy. Like, I'm not a, I'm just a sword for hire, which is kind of true anyway, but it feels even greedier asking about the price.
Don't know. You lost your transport, so I don't see how you're going to pay me. And I don't work for free.
I've coin set aside. I'm sure we'll agree terms. How much would you ask?
Oh, well this is cool. Annoyance level. Alright, this could be interesting. Also, you picked up Yakuza 1 and 6 to complete the collection. Nice. Put Yakuza 1 on watch list on eBay. Alright. Nice. It's always good. It's good that you're collecting them. I'm assuming you're collecting the physical copy, right? That's cool. Base rate 280. Bonus rate 2. Final rate 307. Okay, so okay. He should technically pay me whatever price I'm asking, because he didn't want the help from the villagers. So I'm the only option he has. But that's probably not how the game works, so let's go in between, something like that. 320?
A fair price. So, how will it be?
Doesn't sound like a job for me, I'll help.
I'll help you.
Grand! Knew a Witcher wouldn't let me down. Not like some waffly prick from Clan Drumden.
Or Clan Drummond.
Good luck, Witcher. Fare you well.
Wait. Where should I look for you?
What?
Once I finish, where will I find you?
He's a little bit sketchy, this guy.
Here. Meaning in the tavern nearby. I'll await you there.
Fine. See ya.
Yeah, he's sketchy. Kid, watch out. Well, I guess we got sidetracked again. There are some photos on your Discord. Alright, that's nice. Could check that out later. Man, I've never bought games really. Either for, I'm buying on Steam, but I haven't bought too many games in boxes in a long while. When I was younger I did for my Commodore 64 and stuff like that. But I've been buying a lot of records and movies throughout my years. Oh, I thought the Neckers were, I thought it was going to be along the river. I guess it's not too far away. Maybe it wasn't Neckers. Maybe it's an ambush or something. We'll see. But yeah, I refused to use Spotify for a long time. I kept buying CDs. Partly because I wanted to, but also because there were a lot of albums and artists and groups on Spotify that was missing that I wanted to listen to, so it wasn't really worth it. But then, as the years go by, they add more and more stuff, which is nice. So yeah, I stopped buying records and I'm using Spotify instead. Still a couple of tracks that are missing that I really want to have on Spotify, but...
The wagon. Need to look around. Must be the comrade of the fellow from Pharaoh. Odd. Looks like he died of old age, not because a necker ripped him apart.
Okay, so this guy might have just been positioned here. Could have been a naturally dead guy, and this guy is trying to... I don't know what the scam is, but there is something going on, right? What is the scam? I stopped buying movies a while ago, just don't ever watch them. Yeah, kind of the same. And also, when I was buying movies, I was buying... Well, I started off buying VHS cassettes. But immediately after I started my collection, DVDs became a thing. And I started buying DVDs, and now DVDs are not even worth watching. So I've got a grand old collection of DVDs that I will never use ever again. And kind of the same with CDs. It's I'm still buying vinyl records from time to time, but not as frequent as I was buying CDs. Oh, a horse, of course.
Gashes like claw marks in its flanks, but it's also got lockjaw and a warped spine, like it might have died of tetanus.
Okay, a boulder, I see. The old classic trick. What the?
That was close. Something tells me that was no accident. Better investigate.
Yes, Mr. Exposition. There was something... Oh, what the... Stop it! Geralt? There was something... Yeah. Should be able to investigate
looks
this.
Fresh. Boulder must have rolled through here.
Yes? Maybe that was a separate boulder, I don't know. Because it came all the way from the top, right? And it rolled down here, probably used this as a ramp, and got up, and then almost landed at us. So why would you want to kill a witcher? Maybe he knows that I'm rich, you know? Maybe wants to sell our weapon or whatnot.
Boulder started here. I think I see some tracks.
Man, I like this area. Looks pretty cool without all the trees.
Necker tracks. Clear prints.
Either the Neckers are evolving as we play, because I think early on we did not see them use any armor or headgear or stuff like that. But we have seen them using skulls as hats or helmets and whatnot. And now maybe they're laying traps for us. I do believe this is just a guy wearing Necker feet on his own feet, maybe, to make it look like Neckers. Still think it's an ambush of a different kind. Wait. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just very clever Neckers. Hello? These are wolves, though. These are not neckers. Lost the tracks. Here we go. Stop it. I can't hit them. Stop it. Aw, poor doggies. Alright, back to the tracks, probably leading into the cave. Yeah. The CDs, I burned them, and they are better quality than streaming and takes a minute. Hard to burn a movie to be worth it though. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the CD quality in the first place was not a good thing. I don't know why we decided to, you know, use CDs. I guess it was cheap and easy to print and something like that. I also stopped listening to music at all. My entertainment is podcasts and audiobooks. Alright. I listen to quite a few podcasts as well, but I also listen to a lot of music.
What's going on here?
I think it's a trap, Geralt. And I know that Neil Young has actually been kind of like a spokesman for a new, better digital format for compressing audio. Or maybe even an anchor. I think it's some type of compression that is basically lossless. Which is kind of cool. But yeah. These are not neckers. Yeah, they're high level. I'm gonna have a hard time here. Especially since there's two. It's kind of annoying. Oh wow, yeah, they're hitting so hard. And now I can't leave either, I think. Well, maybe we can. It's gonna be hard though. Yeah, I'm not dealing any damage even within the circle. And my sword is breaking. This is all good. Is it even worth... Yeah, it's not worth it. It's kind of annoying that they're locking us into a fight. Like the second fight in a row now where we're under-leveled. I guess I should have checked the level of the quest before we accepted it. We never did, I just started tracking it. Repair kit. 40% of item durability restored. 90%. 15. Let's do one of these. That's not how you use it, apparently. Oh, is it because it's a silver sword? I think it is. Well, fun. And I can't jump because we're in a fight, so yeah, this is kind of silly. Can't grab onto ledges and like that, so yeah, we just have to reload. I can't do this because I can't fix my weapon, I can't fight them, and yeah. That's a little bit silly.
As the Emperor of Bangerberg told it, if there had been a magic explosion in Skellige. Related to Ciri's reappearance, it had destroyed
Armorverse is continuing his alien stream soon. I don't think I've seen him before, so be so agitated. Really, I think he was kind of chipper still. But yeah, he was getting a little bit annoyed. And he should be, because the AI is really weird in that. At least for the xenomorph. Apple is offering higher bitrate at no charge. Yeah. It's not always just about the bitrate, I feel. It's also the compression itself that kind of removes some qualities from time to time. Alright, so we can't do this quest right now. Is it marked? I guess it is. So if I would have checked at the quest itself, yeah, it would have told me 29. So, once again, let's just do... So yeah, all the damn Witcher contracts, not all of them, but so many of them are just way too high level for me. I mean, I could have potentially beaten them if my sword would have been completely fresh. Maybe I can fix my sword, maybe it's just that you can't do it in a fight or something. So let's see if I can actually fix it now. Durability 53. No, I can't. And I could do... No! Oh, that's armor. Okay. Makes sense now. Yeah, that's not the first time it has confused me that you're using different stuff for armor and weapon, and I guess it's... makes sense. Alright, so I could have fixed my weapon, goddammit. Well, it would have been a really hard fight anyway, so I'd rather come back to it later. You tried to say that the alien is not predictable much. Yeah, it is not. And it also seems like it just teleports to wherever you are through the vents, which kind of makes sense in that game, but still. And it is annoying for a first-time player. Yeah. Am I getting closer here? Okay, this is actually the village we traveled to before, so I could have... Yeah, okay, I got a little bit sidetracked. I'll link my playthrough to prove it. Do you have your first playthrough on YouTube? But I just realized when I was watching Armorverse play through Alien Isolation, I just realized that my memory of games, it disappears so damn quickly. So when I was kind of hinting at stuff, I'm really just guessing because I couldn't remember the mechanics or what to do and stuff like that. Which is pretty good for replayability for my on my end. And same goes with movies actually. And TV shows and stuff like that. If just a year goes by, I've forgotten most about it. And it's almost like watching it fresh again. Which is good, but it's not good when you want to quote something from a TV show or something like that. I'm never gonna remember it. Okay, so we reached the bandits. Are we just gonna fight them? Can we talk it out? That's a cool looking fort. Almost looks like it has been overgrown. Hello, boys. Okay, no archers. Nice. Sveinar, I got good news and bad. I'll start with the bad. Me and Gimro went to Lugos, gave us the welcome custom demands. Meat and meat aplenty. But as soon as we unwrapped Coolio from its leather and asked how much he'd give us for it, he ripped the blade from our hands and knocked us both on our asses, calling us thieves. He then sent us running from his house, hounds at our heels. Gimra runs slow, so they got him. That's fine. It only means a bigger cut for us. Now, here's the good news. We still got the sword, and now I know how to get rid of it. I talked to Steinfinn, my brother-in-law, and he'll sell Coolio in Novigrad and split the coin with us after. Oh wow, so we need to head all the way back here to finish the quest, by the looks of it. I know, but I swear, you can trust him. I'll give him the sword on the beach by the whale cemetery on Skellige. I'll go alone, so as not to attract attention. Watch out, Lugos might have sent a messenger to Kertrolde to inform them of the theft. Just in case, hole up somewhere. Maybe with Aunt Hilda? She's not right in the head, but you can rely on her anyway. Cheers, Urjan. So either he has already given... Wait. This is a journal. But it looks more like a letter. Maybe that could be interchangeable. So I don't know if this guy received this, or if he was about to send it. So I don't know if he's given the sword away. The sword might actually be here still. Could also be on Whale Beach or whatever it was called.
Harpies got their nest here.
Really? Oh, we got an egg. Now we can eat breakfast. I'm gonna head up around this, see if there is something else to this place. You don't have your first playthrough, okay. But I liked it so much that I ordered the PS3 version also for trophies alone. You and your trophy hunting. Here's... Reaching. And then we got it for Xbox 2 to test if it works, but load times for non-SSD was bad, okay. And changing to SSD on Xbox can break the console? Or do you see like PlayStation? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we're getting up there. It's very steep hills here. I do believe there is a harpy, baby harpy or something. It could just be birds, I guess. It's not coming from any certain... Baby hill! Alright, I don't think we're supposed to climb that. Which means there's probably secrets up here. We are leaving footprints. No. Oh, okay, well, here we go. I had a snowboard and it looks really cool. I think some people have done that. I saw that in a documentary as well. So, All the way across the map. It's probably not time sensitive, so let's see if we have something else closer by. Where is it? Why is there a quest marker pointing up? Oh. Don't know why the quest marker disappears. Is it because we have found that place, maybe? So I'm assuming it is in the town over here, right? Newport Inn, we've probably been there. It's not named though, but it's probably... Yeah, okay, there is a quest marker. It's just hidden. Very hidden behind all the symbols. Okay, so none of that is really close. I guess we could sail, but we probably should talk to these guys before doing that, I'm guessing. Hard times, deliver the letter. And that's also back. Well, I guess we're heading back to that place then. We could fast travel to save some time. Yeah, let's do that. Who gets to request the game? Well, if you do ! Game request. There's some information about that. You started and made good progress on the Castle Black. Oh yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to check that out. How much have you finished, you think? 1%? 2%?
You ain't from Nilfgaard, are yous?
Hello, geese. Was there an armor or something like that here? Could fix up things. This is actually a blacksmith. Okay. Let's check in with him first. I kind of fixed my sword just now, which I didn't have to, but... Hello, sir. Wasn't I supposed to talk to a blacksmith over here as well? I think I was, so this might not be him. But we'll see.
How are things? Business good?
Why wouldn't it be, seeing as I make the best arms in the Isles? Just look. Iron ore from the bowels of Mount Ardfand, where giants once tore up the earth. Then my forge fire, blazing unbroken for 6 generations, its care passed from father to son. And every day come dawn, Hara, my youngest, she pricks her finger and squeezes a drop of her blood into the water I use to temper the blades.
Yearning to play a few rounds of Gwent. That ought to set me straight.
Alright. Do we have enough still, or yet, to play any other deck? We only have one of each card is the problem. Which could be enough, but it's gonna be really unreliable. I guess these are kind of the same. Yeah, they're not drawing each other or anything like that. These will, but then we need to have other I don't know if it's the first name or the second name, or if it's the entire name that matters for this. Find any cards with the same name in your deck and play them instantly. So I guess he will draw this guy, right? So we no? I'm just gonna play my regular deck. I'm gonna have to look into this. I feel like it's gonna take like 2 hours just to look through and build a deck completely new. Two decoys. Do we need 2 of them? We may. We had 1 spy, 2 spies. That's good. So we're probably giving up on the first round. Okay, not insane actually. Let's remove 1 frost. And 1 decoy. Okay. Got middle of the road cards. Interesting. So we can silent most of this. It's a rain, isn't it? No, that's for siege. It's frost. I keep forgetting which is which. I do believe the fog is... Is fog what I'm looking for? No. Frost. I think it's too early to use that though. You're still gonna have... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a lot. I mean, we can contest that with this one actually. And it might have a clear weather as well, so... I can't use my decoy in this one. I feel like playing anything right now is pointless. We do have 3 big sieges, we could double them and still just contest him. I need to play something though, in order to get him to play more. He does have a spy worth 5 on his hand that he might play, which won't help me if we silence this row. I guess I'm playing a siege just to have something played. Should we go archers? Yeah. Well, I guess we're contesting the board here, but now we're even on the cards. I could grab this guy back and play him again. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent idea. But then he can probably... well, we'll see. At least I'm doing something, which is important. Okay, he passed. We can just win straight up now, if we want to. Do we want to do that? Let's see, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I play my spy and silence this, that means we're even. So I could win right now by just playing the rain, the frost, and save. If I played this, I need to play another creature as well. So I think we just save that for later. Yeah, let's just silence his row and win. And we drew a card as well, perfect. Oh, that is good. That is extremely good. Let's not play the spy, let's just play some cool things. I don't have a decoy, sadly. Maybe I should... yeah, okay, that was a little bit sloppy. I should have played this one first. And if you use Scorch, it would have been removed and we could have grabbed it back, so yeah, a little bit bad. I kind of thought I had a decoy still. But that's fine. We're getting something at least. A little bit sloppy though. That's fine. What does plus mean? That's +1. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we can silence the middle road with our ability. Let's wait around before we do that. So I probably need him to play... Okay. So I shouldn't play my own weather card before he might have played his, because this is our important row. We're gonna need this row. Most definitely. Could play another spy and we'll go up to even. That's fine. I can always double this row. And we have clear weather if something happens. Do we want to draw cards? We don't actually need to do it. It's kind of stupid just adding 5 more to his row. But then again, that just takes us even, which could be fine. Kind of stupid doing it in a row that we can't handle. Could just play another thing. That's a little bit annoying. I'm still winning on the board though. He's got 1 more card than me. Could draw a card and give him 5 more, is that good? Might be a little bit confusing for him if he goes up in the lead and has to play in the lead. I don't think he's gonna give up since he's potentially losing the match. But this is probably fine. Okay, double row. It's not helping me too much actually. That's pretty bad. So I will go up to 64 if I'm doubling. And I can double this row as well, only this one will double though. Could also double this row with archers, but that means we can't... Well, we can still silence his row, but we're kind of gaining nothing out of it. Well, that's good. I didn't notice that I drew that card. Wait. Why did you get a card? Why did he draw a card? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened. Can we win this? 50-74. So we can go up to even, and we can still silence this row, getting rid of 9 damage. But then we can't add any more on the board. So I can add 15 myself, which might be better than silencing this. We can also double this for 4 more damage. We can also double this row. I think I'm just gonna play in this row and then we have to make a decision later if we want to silence the row or not. I feel like it's kind of even, whatever we do there. Smart boy. The problem with overcommitting right now, he's gonna play it. Yeah, I think I lost now. That's a lot of freaking damage. And we can remove 9 only. So he's got 87. We got 50, 74. No. 84. And I can play one more and double it. I mean, there is still a slim chance that we can win this round. I can't win the round 3 anyway. It's too late, I only got 1 damage card. So I think we need to kind of go all in here. And hope for the best. That's bad. And the funny thing is, we did have 2 frost in our starting hand. I guess I should have kept both of them. Jesus Christ. That is actually pretty good, having these cards that you can put in either lane. Yeah, there's no chance we can win this now. And it probably has a weather card as clear weather. Hello? How to use? How? Wait. Wait. I guess I don't have a fog? Or what's going on? Why can't I play it? I don't know what's going on. Well, never mind then. You have only 1 in your deck. Yeah, but I haven't used any this game, so there should be 1 to draw, right? No, I haven't used it. Maybe I removed it for a previous match where we didn't need them at all. That's gotta be it, right? It wouldn't have helped me anyway. Well, now since he started playing here, actually. So I guess I have removed it, which kind of definitely lost me the game here. I don't know if I need... I've forgotten how to... I think I'm just supposed to double click it, right? But yeah, it does nothing. I can't drag and drop or anything like that. No. Yeah, I think I just... Alright, well, let's just forfeit.
You're back?
Yes. This game is harder than Dark Souls. Yep, the Gwent
a few rounds of Gwent.
is definitely harder than in Dark Souls. Okay, let's look through. Yeah, I guess I had... There we go. And the Frost and the... Let's actually add both of them. Special card limit reached. What the... I guess we can remove the rain. We haven't seen any... Have we? No. So 2 frost and 2 fog. Alright, that should be better. We should kill him and take his cards. Not a bad idea. Should I keep 1 in my hand? I feel like that's... Could be a good idea. Middle of the road stuff here. Not good. What the? Yeah, got the same card basically. Yeah, I feel like our hand is, well, kind of similar to our first round. Less tech cards though, which is bad. Maybe this time around we can actually do what we was planning to do in the first game, just give him the first round and draw some cards. He passed? That's really annoying, actually. That's really annoying. So once again we can win the first round pretty easily. It will cost us some cards. I need to play 3 cards. Well, 2. Sadly, I need to... If I only want to play 2 cards and just win, I need to play one of these and one from a different thing. I'm hoping to draw Frost. So I could easily throw this guy away and one of these. But then we have no row to buff really with the Horns guy. Because I'm probably going to silence both of these rows if all goes according to plan. So I need to buff this row, which I can't do really. Well, we're going to have 1 catapult. Or ballista or whatever it is. Well, I could also play more spies and just give him the round, but which I feel like losing the first round is usually a good thing, but if I can win it, sure, why not take it? We're even on cards though, which is strange. We drew a fog, which is fine. No frost though, which is gonna be a problem. Doesn't look like we can draw any more cards. So, G's to the G's. What? Choose 1 card from a discard pile. Okay. Okay. I always think that this is a healing card when the opponent plays it. I mean, we have 1 of those cards ourselves, but whenever the opponent plays it, I'm thinking, oh, it's gonna plus something or whatever. I mean, I guess it's adding to the battlefield. It's always confusing to me. Yeah. Kind of regret playing anything this second round. I don't think, well, if it doesn't have any Commander's Horns, we could win the last round. I kind of played unnecessarily into his stuff. But then again, if I passed, he would have just passed and we're still, no matter what I do right now, our third round is going to be kind of the same. So, for the third round we can buff these 2 guys up to 18. And sadly we got the fog to silence my own creatures, so yeah, it's a failure again. Because I don't think we can contest this. We can double this, getting up to 24, 34, 39. And then we can add the rest. It's not going to be enough though. So I think we lost again. I could grab and get... Okay, I guess we can play this again, since we're already losing this. Okay, I think this is my best option right now. Oh. Okay. It's not too bad. We can work with this. And he still played a card, so we do have the card advantage. Is it gonna be enough though? Well, we'll find out. Okay, some amount of card draw. Hopefully it plays in this lane this time around. That's my only hope here. We might still have a clear weather as well, so that might not help us too much. But maybe. Alright. Alright. So far so good. No. I mean, he's playing it correctly, of course. He should play it in both lanes. So, I mean, I might as well play these. But first, let's threaten him as much as possible. Maybe he's gonna play, I thought, yeah, clear, well, a frost. And then we can clear weather. Okay, I think we got this, actually. It's only got one card left, so it's looking good. Tis looking good. He didn't even have a buff here. Alright, so we didn't even need the fog here. Excellent. Excellent. I really thought it was I lost the game after the first round. Even if we won, it was not looking too good. But it was enough. What do we get? Vanhemar. Is that it?
You're back.
I'm back.
Anything new in Fierstall?
Yeah, nothing. This ain't the continent. Fashions don't change with the melting snows. We live like our fathers and grandfathers lived, fishing, hunting and raiding. And so shall we live, to Ragnarok and beyond.
Like you to craft something for me.
What? My ware's not good enough?
Relax, they're fine. Just not what I need.
Foreigners and their fancies. Fine, show me what you want.
So does he have the ability to craft something special? This is all non-good levels. Yeah, he's a bad swordsmith. $200 damage. Yeah, we're... Okay, he's actually selling some decent swords, but I feel like buying swords is never really worth it. Yeah, I never know what to buy unless we specifically need something. Yeah, well...
So long.
Smooth sailing.
Also, Armor was running too much playing Alien Isolation. Yeah, probably. But then again, you don't really get the feeling that the xenomorph hears you. Well, when you're sprinting, yes, but when you're just walking, it seems very random when it shows up. But maybe if you crouch sneaking or whatever you can do in that game, I don't remember. Maybe it has a lower chance of spawning in. Which should be the case, obviously, in a semi-stealth game.
And it hurts horrible, as if something was tearing me apart from inside.
Here we go. And yeah, previously on the different or the other maps, we have kind of explored everything before we did anything. but we're gonna be sent around the map anyway, so I'm just doing the different quests we have. We're gonna have to explore a little bit every time we do something, kind of like we've done already today. Loading, loading, loading. The loading is done.
Me little Norgan's birthday tomorrow. I've no clue what to give her.
Maybe a nice little axe. Fuck is this?
What? How? Where?
Looking sword in your back. Bless you! What's this?
Bless you.
It's, adornment. I engraved it. Mouth doesn't clear and good again.
It's tired, huh?
Cutting, not looking big.
I thought we were supposed to head to an inn. I guess we all of a sudden started tracking a different quest, is that it? Yeah, I never changed quests, but because if we talk to, I don't know, Jesus. But sure. Who am I supposed to... This guy? Oh, here we go. But I can't.
Swords need thumping.
Greetings, White Wolf. I suspected you'd come by. Bah, I was sure of it.
Oh, yeah?
The best stocked armory in all Skellige is right here at Cairtrolda Castle. Everyone knows it.
Everyone
Gladly
knows
see
it.
for myself.
Take your time. Give them all a careful look.
Looking for someone who can make me a master quality breastplate.
Never known a master who wasn't a dwarf.
Fergus, perhaps? Say he's holed up somewhere in Velen.
Okay.
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Oh, a lot of fancy stuff. But we're probably keeping our feline armor for now, so... What are these? Ibrahim's have his first map. Probably not gonna do... Yeah, let's just buy these. Probably not worth crafting anything. Not currently, since we're using these. A little bit under my level, I guess. So we could technically get better gear. And since we actually don't have the set bonus currently. I mean, I can't use these right now. So right now there's no point. These might be a tad bit better, but eh. Yeah, it's the same story.
Wouldn't mind a few rounds of cards.
Now, let's put back the rain. One rain. And one fog should be enough. Let's do one of each weather card. For now. He's buffing. Don't really have too many cards in our front row, so currently he's useless. That doesn't help us at all. Right now Dandelion is pretty much useless. But we are gonna draw 4 cards, so it could become useful later. These are kind of not impressive. We got 1 fog, so now our hero power is just pointless. Which is why we should take 2 of these. But if you don't need them, well, then they're just in the way. So before you know what deck you're playing, it's kind of pointless doing anything. Really. Okay, now we're getting some cards for our front line. Oh? Okay. Really? All right. Kind of important winning the first round as well, since he would have drawn 1 card. Since he's the same class as me. All right. Interesting. Okay. Alright, this deck doesn't seem as insane as some of the decks we've seen. That's an early horn. And we can silence the back row, and we can also silence the middle row. So it's looking pretty good. That's why I'm not playing anything in the back row currently, or in the middle. I guess we should buff ourselves here. We also have a horn for whatever row we want to do. I could just try to keep up with him right here and double this. I think that's going to give more points than doubling this. And even if we silence the back row, we should be winning on the board, I think. Don't think we have anything too fancy we can grab with this. I'm going to wait around playing that for now. Oh, that's not what I meant to play. Wait. Oh, there are different heroes. So even if it's the same hero, he draws a different card. Is that it? Okay, well, we learn something new every time. So the portrait is a little bit more sunny, and this is kind of hazy. It makes sense. Okay, interesting. Well, that screwed me over badly. Yes. Okay, we got the... well, not really that great. Oh, he must be running out of options if he plays a clear weather just to play something, right? So what has he got on his hand? Probably no damage cards. Presumably 1 or 2 weather cards and 1 of something else. Okay, so we can no longer silence the middle row, so we might as well start playing our own stuff and buff potentially that row and silence the back row. Okay. Wow. A bit of BM right there. Gimme cards.
What's this?
Villain something. Okay. But we still haven't done the quest, have we? Who am I supposed to talk to?
Right as death yard. Too much.
I guess it's on a different level, right? Deliver the letter to the smith at Kertrolde. I guess he's not a smith. But this is the smith. Hello? I cannot interact with them. Well, that's strange.
You drink last night too?
Ought to keep an eye on him.
I thought we had a... Oh, okay. Fuck. Yeah, I screwed that up. I thought that was a quest. Which one was it? Yeah, this is one I was supposed to track, so I think we need to head back into the place. No, it's actually down here. Perfect. Okay. I didn't screw up too badly then. But how to... Oh... we could run all the way down. There is also the elevator. Don't remember what that is though. If we could just borrow an ability from DSX right now, we could just jump off the cliff and land safely in our little bubble.
Who made that thing?
You're blind! Leave the seat, it's a witcher.
Foreigner, watch your step.
Seen the plans? Strange longship we're building. Bottom's almost flat.
Damn it.
Your boats bring a leak as well. Don't eat so much.
Why the spit not?
Because if you get those herrings...
For some reason I like this environment way better than the rest of the game so far. There's something about it. This looks great.
He's as strong as he looks.
Oh, this is cozy. What are you doing up there? That seems a little bit dangerous, I gotta say. Nice and warm though.
Ye over some of the dog that bit ye?
swords on his back. What'll they think of next? I heard Grey Inga augurs your son's future.
Aye, threw his umbilical in the water, and it coiled into the shape of a snake. Do you know what that means?
That he'll be quick as a viper. Or he'll slither out of every trap.
I don't know if I need to overhear something.
But I like those readings better. To your health, soothsayers.
Every man on the continent's so bloodless.
Mm-hmm. So once again, we're getting these quest guys that I can't interact with. These are probably the guys I need to talk to, but I can't. So I wonder if something is bugged. Second quest now in a row where we can't interact with the people that we're supposedly supposed to interact with. And we're not under-leveled or anything like that. So ask around at the Newport Inn about Unvik and the Ice Giant. So I'm tracking this quest, but it wants me to do this. Doesn't it make more sense to ask about Unvik before we're heading to Unvik and searching for Hjalmar? Can I change? Oh. So maybe now we can do it. Or maybe this is the guy. Who knows?
I'm looking for people from Unvik.
They're dead.
See now, I heard many survived.
Stubborn, get your... What do you want to know?
You there when the giant attacked?
Aye, I was. One of the Jarl's personal guards. I failed him. Led no credence to what the priestesses said. We'd be punished for robbing the earth of iron, forging it into blades that men kill one another with. That Freya would punish us. Perhaps they spoke the truth.
Jarl of Unvik. Tell me about his death.
Jarl Harald the Hound Snout. His whole crew died that night. Wilmar, Wilfred, and Wilhelm. I reached them too late. Saw the giant dash Wilmar against a rock. He fell right beside me. All his bones broke, wriggling like a salmon on the sand.
Salmon on the sand.
Dead by then.
What? No, Jarl fought like a bear. Slicing and dodging and hollering, then slicing again. Couldn't save himself, though.
How did you manage to survive?
First I heard the giant growl to those flying sirens. Damn me if he weren't giving them orders.
Under stress, men see all kinds of things.
I know what I saw. Rushed to help the Jarl, but one of the cunts sunk her talons in me, lifting me up. Tried to take me to their nest. Pecked me apart, I reckon. But I broke loose of her grip. Plummeted from quite a height. Crashed hard. Couldn't stand. Last thing I saw, swarm of sirens swooping down on the Jarl, thrashing round him. He yipped, he yelped, he screamed, he hollered. Then silence. The men escorting the women and the children to the ships took my unconscious flesh away and brought me to Ard Skellige.
I should go.
Yeah. So, I wonder if that's enough information? Sounds like when we're fighting the giant, there's also gonna be sirens around that the giant is controlling. So my thinking is we're gonna go around the arena, take out some sirens first, maybe some nests, to make the fight with the giant easier. Is that enough? Or do we need some more information? There's still a quest here, so... Yeah, I can talk to those guys.
Pestilence still blows in the winds.
Freya smile upon his face.
Wanderer?
Can you swing an axe?
Maybe we need to talk to the guy sitting up on the beams there.
Greetings. I'm Geralt.
The Witcher known as the White Wolf, I know. They tell stories about you every day round here. Looking for an open seat at the table?
I'll be fine. Just wanted to talk. What smells so delicious?
Oh, the cards. Earth Elemental. Isn't that an old magic card? Or is it a Hotstone card? I actually don't remember. Oh, Scorch! Finally, our very own Scorch. How much for the maid stakes? We have quite a few already. It's 36, and we can sell these for 4 only. Okay. Oh, even the cooked ones sell for the same. Interesting. Because these, I believe, will give us more energy back. I'm gonna sell some beer. And some drinks. Not all of them. Let's keep some. The menus don't really like double clicking, so I guess I should use spacebar. Okay, rest is fine. That's all we can do. Okay.
Gotta say, I like the place.
I should hope so. Found it a ruin when I came here from Unvik. Gulls shitting into the tankards through the gaps in the thatch. I bought the hut, rolled up my sleeves, and made a proper alehouse out of it.
Nice.
Why'd you call it the new port?
Continuity. Owned the old port on Unvik. Few of my former customers come here evenings to reminisce about the old times.
That's good. Continuity. I like that.
Actually kinda in the mood for cards. Care for a round of Gwent?
I'm always in the mood for Gwent.
I mean, Gwent has got to be the best freaking minigame inside of a game ever. And I mean, if the standalone Gwent game was anything like the game in the game, it would have been so good. I tried it out. I did not like the standalone Gwent game. Did not have the same feel as this one does. Alright, Scorch. Should we add it? We probably should. Oh, we got this one as well. With a skull? Destroy your enemy's strongest close combat units. If the combined strength of all his or her close combat... Okay, wow. So potentially just destroying one. But still, that's cool. That is cool. Let's add that if we can. Okay. I feel like we have too many cards right now. How many cards do we have in our deck? 32. This guy doesn't really add anything. All my archers are 5s. We got 1 4. Let's remove him. He's not contributing too much. 1 Scorch and 1. This might be overkill having 2 cards like that. But this is very situational and kind of this as well. So yeah, I think it's a good mix. I feel like Dandelion is not good enough. But then again, he is... Situationally, he could be better than a decoy since he's actually adding something to the board as well. But maybe I should remove 1 Commander's Horn. Yeah. Okay, we're down to 30. Should be good. Rain is for the ballistas. We might need it, who knows. Come on, frost. So, can we tell what his... Yeah, we can. Double the strength of all the close combat units unless a commander sworn is also present on that row. Okay. Well, that's a start. Scorch removes this one. Even if we had the dragon, it would only have removed this one. Well, that was rough. We didn't get a spy either. We do have the frost, which could actually work already. Maybe we should let him commit a little bit more. I think we should. We're gonna diversify here. Okay. It's probably gonna be more monsters, so if we can do this without using our frost, that would be good. Could obviously just play another creature, and I can play this and win this round. We don't have too much mustard for the next round. So I could also lower these down to 5 and just win. And then we have a little bit more for the next round. But we can't handle when he's flooding the board with even more. Then again, he's only got 7 cards. I think we're gonna do that. And that is close combat, yes. And that's not gonna get affected. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose this. Even if I had one more card, okay. Interesting. This is interesting. I can get rid of that, I think, with the Scorch. But what I was about to say is that this game has kind of just played itself. Everything just feels like I've got no option, I can just play. But then I realized we have a Scorch. I'm assuming it's going to remove not the base biggest one, because then I'm going to lose both of these. So I assume this is going to get removed. I think that's how it works. Kills the strongest card on the battlefield, which should be this currently. These are not affected. Yeah, alright. Well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose. Yep, I've lost. I could decoy something back. Let's see, we can put 4 more on the board. I keep thinking that the decoy is a doubler. I don't know why I keep thinking that. So I thought I could double a row, but yeah, that's not happening. The rain is not helping me currently. I'm losing 1 damage if I do that. So I can add 4th to the board. We go up to even. That's the best we can do. He's winning currently, so even if I decoy something back, I only got 2 creatures on my in my hand. Could be enough. We still have the fog as well, which is not doing anything currently. I think I need to decoy something and play for the third round here. It's not optimal since I committed to this second round. Because he's not going to play any more cards. We're going to end up with 3 cards each. I do have my hero ability, but that's all. Can't decoy this, right? No. Oh, he's actually playing something. Wow. Why did he do that? Yeah, okay. So I think he had the same problem as we do sometimes. When you're kind of in the lead, you don't really want to play anything. But if you... Yeah, since he's also losing, if it was the first round, he probably would have passed right there. But now he couldn't afford it because I can just win the match if he passes. I gotta realize that that's gonna happen. Okay, so that's good. He has 2 cards. He could still beat me. It all depends on what row he plays. If he plays in this row, I'm probably winning. Or if he doesn't have 2 creatures on hand. He is gonna keep 1 creature around though. These are not 10s, these are 5s. And this is gonna disappear, so he's gonna have at least a 5 creature left behind. Don't know if this can stick around. Is it random? His ability? I don't know. Well, there's nothing to do really, so let's just pass. I think it's random which stays. Are we gonna get lucky or unlucky? Medium. Well, lucky actually. It was one of the 3 that was the best for us. Oh, that's no good. That is no good at all. Yep. There's nothing we can do. He already won. Here I am counting cards, and then he just plays 1 card that is actually 3 cards. So damn powerful.
Actually kinda in the mood for cards. Care for a round of Gwent?
I'm always...
So he kind of played all the rows, didn't he? We didn't see too many cards in the middle row, so the fog is not super important. Scorch, probably not that useful in this game actually. We can remove 1 creature, but he never played anything super huge. But then again, if he buffs like 5 different creatures, we could get 5 different creatures off the table, if I'm thinking correctly. Yeah, so it's still good. We're just unlucky that he buffed. I don't know what happened, but there was always one that was slightly stronger than the others in the first round or whatever it was. I think I don't need to do any changes. I thought about maybe adding another Frost, since he was playing heavy in the front row. He also had some in the back row, but not too much. So I think that's good enough. What? I did something. What did I do? Oh no. I hit space. I don't know what space does. Nothing apparently. I don't know if I added a card. Yeah, 32. I think I added a card. I don't know which one it was. Should be at the bottom. This guy? No, I like these. I got 3 of those. Well, let's play with 32 cards then. If they have the same value, then more than 1 gets removed. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm hoping for. That's why I kept the Scorch. Even though he's playing with a lot of creatures rather than 1 tanky one, there is a good chance that he will buff like 4 or 5 of them to become the strongest, and they have the very same stats. So that's why I kept the Scorch. Fog, it's the only one we have. We don't need it in our hand, so we're gonna remove that. We haven't drawn too many of our these guys. I feel like every time I have more of a card in the deck, we just see less of it. It's very strange. It's been a while since we did a nice combo with these. We had 2 in a previous match today, but not the whole combo. But I keep saving them in my hand just to have that. Okay, so we got this time this villain Trettenmirth. I think Sultan has to go. Maybe Dandelion actually. We have no buff. But we also have nothing in the front row. Well, we had this. And one lady. Okay, okay, and Sultan. Okay. Okay, and this one. Oh, we actually have a lot in the front row. So, and maybe that's good enough. I feel like I don't have enough tech cards. We got 0 tech cards. Archer. Get out of here. There is no point in contesting this, but I kind of want him to play one more card. It kind of stays even, but since he has a lot of cards that spawns more cards, getting him to play a card now could be important. He's probably not gonna overcommit though. Yeah, if I play something he might just pass. So if I play something for 5, he might just pass. Right? I'm just gonna pass. We do have like double his cards though, so he's gonna keep one on the board, but that's fine. Okay. Well, that's one way of doing it, I guess. What? Okay, now we got combos here. Nice. And this is only on the opponent's side, right? Destroy your enemy's strongest close combat units, yeah. That's nice. We did get 2 of these guys, good. So we're gonna be kind of strong in close combat here. Let's start playing in the back row then, just to confuse. We do have a fog, so I'm not gonna play the middle yet. I'm assuming that can't be destroyed. That's gonna be problematic. Well, not really. Just have to wait, I guess. I feel like I should win this. Well, then again, it can spawn a lot of shit on the board. We could destroy this straight up right now, but that's only a 4 creatures, and that's not really worth it. He's probably gonna play 6s or 8s maybe. Maybe even 5s, a couple of them. So I need to keep... I'm not gonna play that yet. We do have a doubler of our own, and these also doubles. We do have a couple of plays. And I don't think he runs Frost himself, since he's playing heavily in this row. It's not impossible that he does, but... There we go. Oh, it didn't bring any more creatures in, sadly. Well, not sadly, but I want more than one when we do this. Imagine if all of those were just regular 10s. Playing the dragon would be just match-breaking. But I think we got it anyway. We can always remove this one at least, so... Nice fog, dude. So I think we won without playing anything. I'm gonna play the dragon just to having it done. All right. Nice. All right. I kind of both like and dislike that the matches we play against some of these guys, either we're getting our ass handed to us because of the draw of both players, or we just win kind of with ease without even trying. So it seems like a card draws that you get, it's so damn important that you get a good mix of certain things. It's good because you can always win after doing a couple of tries, unless it's an insane deck, of course. But it also feels like it removes some of the skill. Captive? Pish! So what am I supposed to do in here? We talked to Axel.
Threw his umbilical in the water, and it coiled into the shape of a snake.
Oh, there's another named one.
I'm looking for men from Undvik.
You've oars from the Isle, and I once cut those waters with nary a race. Could trace you the shoreline in my sleep. A lovely excursion, if not for the bloody sirens.
I'm the one to ask. Me or Axel and Tartarok. He's over there. What can a bloke from our Skellige know about Unvik?
Heard you trilling a different tune when Hjalmar was gathering his crew. Your love for the Ancrate fade that quick.
That doesn't mind Dan Dyer.
You mentioned sirens. Many on Undvik?
So many.
So many.
More on the other as.
Okay.
Bollocks.
Once they attacked Lars and me when we were fishing. Before we could drive him off, they pulled Lars in the water and scratched me up so bad that... Oi!
Drive away the sirens? How's that work?
Ha! Plain to see you're no islander. With a horn wall's horn. One toot, and they plough and scurry off so quick the waves rock your boat.
Okay.
Yavar's from there, or so he claims, and you seem to know these waters. Why didn't you sail with Hjalmar?
Because that kind of expedition needs a true leader, and a whelp looking to collect bumps on his skull can only be its doom. Once
You'd rather sit in your arse nose in the air, you Zarakanian princess. Brave lad comes along, you sail with him. I'd have sailed with Hjalmar if only those seahorses hadn't banjaxed my knee. Would have sailed instead of sharing a table with a grumpy barnacle like you.
You'd sail with anyone who'd let you aboard, Crack's daughter included.
So I think we need to find this horn for the sirens. We could potentially clear the area, as we thought before. But they might keep respawning. There could be a nest that we can get to. So that they might keep coming. So we might have to blow the horn a couple of times throughout the fight then, in order to make it easier.
Need to get to Undvik.
Another thrill seeker. Well then, listen close, lest you end in a watery grave. Sail out of port and head southwest. Watch for rocks protruding like pricks out of the water. You'll have to do some tricky tacking to get past them.
Oh, really?
Some of them shorter, just below the surface, so careful not to scrape right over them. They breach your hull, you're done for. Because just a few minutes in that icy water makes a corpse. One time I remember...
Stick to the point.
Oh, fine. Watch for the currents, because they can drag you off course. Dash against the rocks even. With a bit of luck, you'll land on the same beach where Hjalmar landed.
Okay.
Nice talking to you, but time I was on my way. So long.
Fair winds to you.
Thank you. Okay. I wonder if that's actually gonna come into play, that we're gonna have to navigate the sea. Hopefully it shows up on the map, the rocks, even though it's underwater, or maybe we need to just look very carefully while we travel.
Got me eye on you.
Should we sail to Unvik already? I feel like we have more stuff to do here, potentially. We couldn't do that for some reason. Maybe I needed to click this specific one, but if I... Yeah, it's already clicked. So maybe we don't have the letter? It says that we read it already, so... don't know why we can't do that. Family Blade. That's all across the map. Let's see what this one is. Also on a different island. A little bit over my level, but... Well, I guess we're sailing. Let's grab a boat here and sail around and down. This is where the other stuff was as well, I believe. So if we do... No. Which one was it? No. No. Yeah, it's also on that island. Alright, let's grab a boat. Probably gonna get... We actually have a fast travel point out here already. Maybe we should do this quest first then. And then we could maybe sail from here all the way down. Yeah, seems fair. Don't know why we have a fast travel point up there, but that's okay.
Sweet bomb.
Don't eat so much.
Why the spit not?
Because we got
Me, I hate them.
Yeah. I thought maybe it would be locked, but nope. Just works. Maybe we've been here. No? We started on the island where we were, right? I'm pretty sure. It's beautiful. What? Oh. Oh! Are they fucking? And they just spawned another baby. Well.
Friends we show heart.
It was an honor to host
Man, the music is great. I don't know where we need to go. I'm just gonna wander around a little bit. Yeah, kind of want to save. We haven't saved yet. Yeah, there was a dark vignette on the screen. I can't... Oh, maybe I'm actually saving. I think I'm actually saving. I think I just saved. Okay, yeah, I did. Alright.
Sarah's passed out. Gotta get her out of here.
Oh, this is one of the quests.
What happened? Where am I? Oh, my head. Pain's just awful.
Got hit with something heavy.
Geralt? Why are you here?
Came to look for you. Croc's worried. Taking you home.
I won't go until I help Ulrich. The sword! Where's the sword? I've got to go back!
You're not going anywhere. I carried you out of there a moment ago half dead.
I have to!
You have to tell me what's going on. Why'd you go in there?
I wanted to help Ulrich.
Sure, he was acting strangely, but I don't see how your stroll through a haunted house will help him.
It would have, if I'd only found the sword.
So what's this sword all about?
It's Brokvar, the ancestral sword of Udalric's clan. I needed to lift the curse that holds Udalric.
A curse?
Long story. Years ago, Udalric and his little brother butted heads over the sword. As custom has it, the clan's sword should go to the firstborn son, Udalric. But his father gave Brokvar to his little brother, Aki.
Serious insult in these lands.
Serious enough for Udalric to break a sacred law here in Skellige. He openly questioned his father's decision.
Guessing the old Jarl couldn't let it pass.
They chained Udalric to a pile, up to his waist in the sea. Spent 3 days like that. When his punishment ended, he and Aki sailed out to fish.
Got a feeling this trip didn't end happily.
Your feeling's right. There was an accident. A storm broke out and Aki fell overboard. Udalric had his hands full with the sails. Didn't hear his brother until it was too late.
Didn't hear? Or didn't want to hear?
Some folk on the Isle had the same doubt, but none would mention it aloud.
What did you plan to do with the sword?
I thought Aki's ghost would want it back.
The brother's ghost?
Long as I remember, folk have said Udalric's the chosen one. The one the gods speak to. I believed it once. But now, considering certain things, I think he's just haunted. And it's his dead brother that's haunting him.
I mean, that could be the case.
Daring theory. Not breaking any of your laws just by thinking it.
Don't care. I don't believe it's the gods talking. Have you seen him? He's covered in scars.
Thought he earned those in battle.
If you call the strife in his heart and head a battle, I've asked him about it. He said the voices command him to hurt himself for the glory of the gods. I think not. It's not the gods, it's Aki.
So you believe Aki's getting his revenge, because Udalric let him die?
I've talked to Yort. He swears Udalric didn't start hearing voices till after Aki's death. And I don't think Yort's mistaken. He knew both those boys from the cradle. I think we've to give Brokvar to Aki, and he'll leave Udalric alone.
Not a bad idea, on condition it's a ghost we're dealing with. But something doesn't add up.
What's that?
Aki drowned at sea, said so yourself. But the ghost haunts this house.
Aki and Udalric both lived here. Maybe that's why. Thanks for your help, Geralt. But I've got to get the sword.
Out of the question. I'll get it.
Really? Thanks. So I can go see Udalric?
No chance. You're weak. Might pass out again along the way. Wait here, we'll go together.
That sounded kind of bad. She says, oh, I need to get the sword. No way, I'll get it. I'm the man. And then it says that she's weak as well. Not what it meant really, you know, but it sounded kind of bad. Okay. I need to kind of understand what we're doing here. Sail to the island. Okay, that's not the quest we're doing right now. what we're doing is in fact this one. No? This is the one. Alright. Let's swap. Okay, it's gonna be here. Perfect. We probably need to head into the house then. Is it in the box? Key to cellar. Perfect. Water? Are we supposed to make holy water, maybe? Seems to be a way of jumping up there. So we got a key to the cellar. Okay, here's the door. I see. I think we could have gone all the way around the house and maybe found a different way in if we didn't find the key. Kind of seems like that. Ladder? Go! Yep! Okay. Not a lot of light sources, but better than nothing. Okay, that's the sword, so something is going to trigger when we do that. So let's fix our arena up here. So we can fight without having a torch in our hand. Bolts probably won't do anything for the ghost, right? Let's immediately put one of these down. Let's make a save and loot. Let's grab it.
What is this about?
It didn't say Aki. It said him or something like that. That's very surprising. Hey, I've got your sword. Temporarily. Do we have it in our actual inventory, or is it gonna be like among key items? Here it is. Okay, no more information about it, seems like.
So, did you find the sword?
I found it. Let's go.
After you, then. You and my dad, you were mates once, right?
Hope we still are.
But, well, I heard you fell out over something. Or someone.
Talking about that story with Yennefer? Long time ago, that. In fact, that was before Croc met the woman who'd be your mother.
But you and Yennefer had already met?
Things were never cut and dried with Yen.
What is it about her? What is it that draws you?
Dunno. Maybe, it's because I've never chosen comfort and ease. The calm and the quiet.
His lilac and gooseberries. That's what draws him in. And Technically a curse, I guess. I hope she's leading the way, because I don't know where we're supposed to go. I'm just kind of following her. Are we supposed to sail back to the main island, or are we... Okay, there we go.
Where's Yennefer?
Don't know. Why do you ask?
I just wonder why she let you come here alone.
What do you mean, let me?
Nothing. Not a thing. Just got the impression she doesn't like to let you out of her sight.
Oh, Geralt, this was
Look,
whipped.
there they are.
Horridly bright out here. Stings the eyes.
The fresh air will do you good.
The gods won't be pleased.
Jarl, our guests, remember.
What happened to your hand?
I sacrificed it to the gods.
Forgive him, Jarl. Geralt's got more to learn about our customs. We're close to the gods in Skellige, and the chummier you are, the greater the offering you make. It's our belief that the greatest thing a man can offer is his pain, his suffering, the pure sacrifice.
To hear the gods is a gift, not a sacrifice.
These voices you hear.
The gods, their voices.
It's not the gods.
Watch your words, foreigner. You're in Skellige, our land, and we revere the gods here. If you weren't on Kright's guest...
Jarl, the Witcher surely meant no offense. Let us hear what he has to say.
More likely this is somehow related to your dead brother.
I told Geralt of Aki. We concluded that...
That the gods are angry at you, yet he's the reason. That's why you have to apologize to Aki himself.
I didn't want to. Aki fell in the water. The gods will be angry.
Let me help you, and I promise to do everything I can to keep from angering the gods.
Heed the Witcher, Jarl. Make amends to Aki and you'll surely please the gods.
What would you have me do?
Remember where Aki fell in the water?
Near the Isle's eastern end, by the mouth of the bay. Current had swept us towards Ullula's Needle.
It's a dangerous spot. Treacherous eddies swallow a handful of sailors each year.
We need to sail there. Aki's ghost won't rest until Brokvar's returned to his remains.
No. No, no, no. The gods, they'll be angry. I feel it.
Fear not, Jarl. The gods love you, and they loved Aki. Surely they want this.
Well, maybe I can sail there. The sword should be returned. That's what matters. Makes no difference by whose hand. What do I look for? Did Aki have anything that'll help me recognize him? Something he was wearing that could survive all this time underwater?
Aye. Our clan ring.
That ought to be enough. I'm off.
Okay. Okay, we got a boat. Could also just swim out. Well, they did tell me that just being in the water for a few seconds would instantly kill me. Don't know if that's true or not. Maybe when you get outside of this area where the water is a little bit darker. Yeah, seems like there is an area with kind of shallow water surrounding all the islands. So you're probably safe in those areas. So we could swim. I haven't got a clue how far this is, so might as well take the boat.
Bloody sod.
Wait, this is not where the boat is. God damn it. Where is the boat? Wait. Oh, am I walking towards this marker? Yeah. Okay, I'm confusing myself. Never mind. Well, let's just swim all the way then. Jesus Christ. See, we got our crossbow up and ready. Perfect. Let's see if we insta die here. Doesn't feel that cold. There's some shrinkage going on though, but that's about it.
Must be the place.
Must be. Might have to use a cat potion here. I didn't think the sirens would go underwater. Okay, we got a shipwreck here. It's outside of the zone though. That was quite deep. Screechy? Quest updated. Now I'm kind of missing the quest markers or the quest description showing up on the screen.
What that accomplished, if anything. Time to see Udalric.
Oh, so we did put the sword away, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I thought we were gonna loot a body, pick up a ring, examine the ring, see if it was the correct one, and then manually put the sword out in the ocean. But yeah, this works as well, I guess. Can I loot? No. Ow. What the? What the? Every time you're getting into a fight, it's so wonky. Drawing a sword doesn't work. Casting spells doesn't work. It's like everything takes so long. That's what I get for trying to play it fancy. I swapped to Igni. Like 3 times I pressed the key for Igni. He wouldn't do it. He would not do it. And also pulling my sword out after we came up on dry land. Took a long time. Took a little bit of damage. That's okay. Hello, goats. Let me meditate amongst you. This was a weird quest, you know, ever since we entered the house, and it was nothing, and then just do this, which was... Okay, it's not over. I think someone is still hurting themselves.
Why'd you do it?
What is this?
Udalric. The voice has commanded him to poke out his eye.
What? Why do you do it?
Such was the will of the gods. A sacrifice for Aki.
Oh, just the one eye, though. That's fine. So, I don't know, maybe we fucked up by choosing something in the dialogue before. Because we saw the name of the ghost that was kind of haunting the sword. And that was him, I think. H-Y-M. So maybe we shouldn't have told him that it was Aki. Or maybe it still was. Maybe the gods actually were just punishing him for what he did. This was like the final punishment. Could be. So when did the gods talk to you? If that happened after we returned the sword, it still could be just the last sacrifice. But it could also mean that something is still haunting him, right? So I don't know which is better to choose there. I think we can't choose both paths.
When did the gods speak to you? Right after I left?
Shortly after. Sleep came over me, so I lay down. 'Twas then they revealed their will to me.
You always asleep when they speak to you?
Always.
What do you see then? Do they try to summon you anywhere specific?
My old home. They command me to light torches, then speak from the shadows.
Okay, we could actually choose both.
What did the gods want? Exactly. Do you remember? What did they tell you?
They were angry. A voice said, "You vile wretch, you didn't help Aki, and now you failed to sail out to beg his forgiveness. Poke out your eye, suffer, and regret the evil you've wrought."
The gods ever show you their form, or are they always just a shadow?
Once, I steeled myself, gathered my courage, and in my dream made my torch burn bright. I saw a hazy figure sitting in shadow then.
The gods don't don't like light. That's kind of strange, because didn't they ask him to you know, light a lot of torches? That's kind of strange. But maybe they can only live in shadows. Maybe they need light sources to cast a shadow. But shouldn't they be able to exist in the darkness as well? I guess there could be a difference from a shadow to just pure darkness. Maybe.
The gods always demand you offer them your suffering?
Only that pleases them, so they ask for more and more.
More?
The gods speak from the shadows, you said. Is that why you don't allow any lights in here?
In my dreams. At times I see their form, when the torches burn bright.
To see the gods is a great honor. Maybe with more light in your house, you'd see them when you're awake as well.
Lesser men are unworthy. They cannot gaze upon their faces.
Hello, Alex. What a cool armor. I saw The Witcher 3 and never finished it. Alright. It's a good game. I mean, it's definitely the best in this series. A lot of fluff, a lot of side quests being not that interesting, but a lot of stuff is also good. And if you want to, you could probably make this game last for a long time. There's a lot of stuff to do. It's fun though.
I returned the sword, but nothing's changed. It's not his brother's ghost that haunts him, tortures him.
What's wrong with him?
Can we talk somewhere in private?
The guest room. Come.
So he's casting the shadow himself.
Well, know what it is?
It's a Heim, a post-conjunction creature. Very rare and very dangerous. It latches on to men who commit vile deeds. It feeds on their pain for years, fueling their guilty conscience. In the end, Heims force their victims to mutilate themselves.
Sounds unpleasant. Any way to defeat it?
Two methods that work. In theory.
You finished The Witcher 2. Yep. I played through The Witcher 1 and 2 before coming into this game as well. This is kind of what I was looking for all along, playing through those two games. They show their age a little bit, at least the first one. And the second one feels... I don't know what, that was a strange one. Felt like an interactive movie more than anything else. Now, how you should handle it. Yeah, it's a Witcher's way and you can trick it. This would be a good time to potentially look up some information in the bestiary? The bestiary? Bestiary? I've heard both pronunciations. I don't know which is correct. The bestiary. We don't have any information about it though, because I think the only time we've seen it was the Shadow Down where we picked up the sword. So maybe we had some information about it, maybe not. But the Witcher's way is probably just fighting it, which could mean that we need to fight the brother. Tricking it sounds more interesting.
They say a Heim can be tricked. You have to pretend to do something horrible. Then it'll move on to you as its new victim. When it realizes it's been tricked, it'll be forced to leave.
Great. Let's try it.
Don't know anyone who's pulled it off.
That sounds
Maybe no one's thought up a trick that was
weird.
good enough. What's this other way?
Witcher's bestiaries say you have to spend a night in the Heim's lair with the affected individual.
The haunted house, you mean? It's hardly cozy, but I wager you've slept in worse conditions.
It's not about sleeping. You've got to draw the Heim out. It has to emerge from the shadows, show itself. Can't hurt it otherwise.
And it's sure to give as good as it gets.
You've seen Udalric. It won't be an easy fight.
I know you're doubtful, but we should at least try to find a way to trick the Heim.
I agree.
Might not be as simple as it seems. Besides, neither method's perfect.
What do you mean?
The description of the tricking seems very weird. So you trick it into think that you've done something really horrible. That's weird in the first place. How would it sense that? Does it just overhear people speaking about their immoral deeds? And then it starts charging for you to swap body for someone more horrific? But then halfway just realize, oh shit, they actually haven't done anything, now I'm just stuck in between. Why couldn't it just return to the previous guy then? The plan seems weak, I gotta say.
The Heim's a demon, and demons are notoriously hard to fool. Plus, the trickster can't know it's a trick.
What?
The Heim attacks those who have a guilty conscience, truly believe they committed a foul deed.
Okay, that makes sense.
Strengthens their regret and feeds on it. Meaning, if the new host doesn't feel true sorrow, the Heim will sense that.
Yes. So for this to work, if either of us has an idea, we can't tell the other one about it.
Exactly.
And what about the other method?
Udalric might not survive an entire night in the Heim's lair.
You think the Heim... Would it try to kill Udalric?
No, that would mean losing its host. But Udalric could just... expire. He's weak, and the house will summon painful memories. Whereas to the Heim, that'll be an opportunity. The more pain the Heim causes Udalric, the stronger it'll grow.
And the more dangerous it will be to you. Both methods seem risky, but I still think we should try the trick.
Don't know that I'm convinced.
Just please don't tell me you have to consult Yennefer on such things as well. If we fail to think of anything, we can always try the Witcher's way.
Okay, so it seems like we could try to trick it and then fall back on just fighting it. And obviously she wants to sleep with Geralt, it seems like that. We're gonna play along?
What is it with you and Yennefer? Mentioned her several times already.
Nothing. I've just noticed that you're often of one mind.
Saying I'm henpecked.
Not that you're especially different. Seems to happen to all men. Take a rowdy Skellige, a brave knight or a tough witcher. You all end up wrapped around some woman's finger.
Do we really want to watch a cutscene? Maybe? It might not lead to that, but I feel like it has to. And now we're trying to finish Middle-earth Shadow of War. I actually don't know what type of game that is. I can imagine what type of game it is, but I haven't seen any gameplay from it. I haven't played any... games in that franchise, maybe?
Uh-huh. So to prove you wrong, I gotta do what you say now?
As long as my name is not Yennefer, no one will call you henpecked for that. And remember, if we can't think of a good trick, we can still do it your way.
Fine, let's try to trick the Heim.
Good decision.
Haunted house. The Heim's lair. Only place where anything like this could work.
After you, then.
We'll meet there.
Meet you there. Got something to tend to on the way.
Fine. See you.
Oh, we leveled up. Nice. So I thought she was coming on to Geralt. I mean, we might celebrate after we've potentially finished the quest. We'll see. Finding a lot of water on this island. Basically everything we've found. Alright, we got a level. Do we have any reason to level up? We can level up some things. Do we want to do that? Strong attack damage increased by 5%. I don't really care about the adrenaline point. I haven't figured out how that works at all. We used it like once, twice in the second game, was it? I feel like it's not really worth it. It might be. I don't know how to use it though. And this one increases potion overdose. So it increases our duration of potions, which could be good actually. And also the overdose threshold. Yeah, that's actually good. And since we don't have any new slots to put anything in, there's no point in putting points in anything new, I feel like. So let's actually just continue on with this one. And this was... better oil time. Maybe later. It's a Lord of the Rings game. Yeah, that's what I figured. I wasn't sure, but I actually haven't played any in games.
Last night was...
I will play Doki Doki. I'm gonna start playing it on tomorrow.
We gotta drag their corpses out of the inn.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock European time. Okay, back to the house, which was just someplace. How are we gonna trick... I have no idea
Now here's a manly
what we're
one.
supposed to do here.
Not like my good for nothing.
Could be that she has a plan. So maybe we get in a fight with her and we happen to kill her. And we don't know that it's just make-believe. And the Heim. Heim? Whatever it's called. Tries to go for Geralt. Or maybe we let her hurt us or something like that. And... Wait, are we still doing the quest I think we're doing? Yeah, I hope so. Because I thought we were supposed to spend a night here, but then Undrick, or Aldrick, or whatever his name was, he's gonna have to be here as well, so this is probably fine. Maybe the basement again? Oh, we got some red boxes here. Those are not boxes.
Solid craftsmanship. Fitter must have been from the continent.
Well, that's racist.
An old bread hearth. Should still work. So long as carrion crows haven't made their nest in a chimney.
Are the lights still on? Yes, nice. Hmm. I guess we haven't been in the room. Okay, wow. That's... Well, I guess we didn't know it was a Heim last time we were here, because we have already searched all of these things, and we couldn't interact with them, so that's why I didn't look into these rooms, because we had already been here.
An old cradle. Must have belonged to Udalric or Aki.
Potentially.
Geralt, come! Think I've got an idea!
Don't tell me.
Ciri.
Geralt!
No, it's impossible.
Damn it.
Looking to discourage me? Good. Means you're scared.
So that was a Heim doing that. I thought it might be the lady. Ceres. Maybe she has some magical powers. You were calling?
And?
No? Hmm. Wait, now we actually got a real... Okay.
Come up with anything?
Yes, I have a plan. One that just might work.
Can I get any details?
You've got to wait for me here. I won't be long.
Anything else?
Said yourself, you can't know the details. So no, nothing else. You simply gotta trust me.
I will not ask further questions, because that's gonna spoil the secrecy, right? I also get a feeling that she might sacrifice herself for real. Somehow. But I'll trust you.
Hope you know what you're doing.
So do I. So, can we start?
Sure.
I'm ready.
All right, I'll be back soon. In the meantime, get a fire going in the oven.
Are we baking bread? A few hours later.
Over there! She's running to the old house! Grab her!
Stole a baby.
Taken. You must put him in the oven. Trust me.
What the hell?
Take care not to hurt the child. Give me the babe.
In the oven. Throw him in
No,
the
no,
oven.
no, no. What the... Okay, I'm gonna put the baby in the oven. This is bad, though. I'm assuming it's not his real baby, but it might be someone else's baby. This could be bad.
Die with
Well, we shouldn't fight these guys, should we? Well, I guess we have to.
What now, you piece of filth?
And now the reveal. Oh, maybe there was a hole in the wall.
The Witcher committed no crime. You'll find neither despair nor guilt here. Only shock and relief. You've been tricked. You must go.
It's over.
Over?
We tricked the Heim. It thought I'd killed your child, abandoned you to haunt me, feed on my conscience.
But when it saw the babe was whole, unharmed, it had to go. You're free, Jarl.
Free? The Heim's gone, so are the voices that tortured you. Let's get out of here.
What's happening? My head's spinning. I'm spinning in a maelstrom.
Geralt, you said it was over.
That's just fatigue. In time, his mind will return to normal.
What? What will I do now?
Well, I guess it wouldn't have worked if she actually just... Let's say she kidnapped a random peasant's baby and put it in Ulrich's kid's cradle or something, and she picked it up, fooled him to think it was that. Because then Geralt would have still made kind of a bad thing. So I guess there was just a hole in the wall, which we might have been able to see. I never spotted it. So it seemed like we just put the child in there and someone else grabbed it from the other side. I think that's what happened. I don't know if there is an explanation or not. Is there a difference here? I don't know. You'll be fine. Don't worry, it'll pass. I mean, the spirit of these, it's kind of the same. I don't know if there's a huge difference. This sounds a little bit too casual, but this also seems a little bit as we're looking down on him. Don't worry, it'll pass. You know? But
you're disoriented, but don't worry, it'll pass.
I feel as if someone's torn something from me.
That's normal. The Heim was a parasite. Bonds between parasites and hosts can be strong. That's why you feel empty now. Give it a few days, weeks, you'll be fine.
Thank you. I think. Farewell.
Farewell. I don't think he's doing too well.
I'll go with him. He seems confused.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea. Then what? What are your plans?
I'll stay a few days, make sure he's healthy. And you? Gonna stay on Speaker Rog?
Don't know yet. Gotta gather my thoughts.
I'm sure Yennefer must be growing impatient.
Thought we already discussed that.
We did. Farewell, Witcher. Favorable winds and following seas to you.
To you too. So long.
Quest completed. Hey! So, let's actually check that out. Is there an opening? There might be. Maybe we never had access to that room, actually. I don't remember, but that was the room where we saw... Ciri, wasn't it? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's locked because you shouldn't be able to find out what happened. I am curious, though, what happens if we move... Yeah, look at that. There is something up there. I don't see an obvious way of getting around. Unless we can just vault here. Which we can. And we could have probably... Oh! Just dropped out of the room. Take one small step. Thank you. So we could have dropped down here, but that would... I don't think that would have worked. But there is like a grabbing surface. Maybe we could have jumped somehow. Now my mouse cursor is showing again. What the hell? This has happened before. I don't remember how we fixed it. I'm hoping we have a way back here. I'm gonna make a save. Oh. How do I do this? I think we just need to quit the main menu.
As Yennefer of Vengerberg told it, there had been a magic explosion in Skellige. Related to Ciri's reappearance, it had destroyed a vast swath of forest. Geralt set out for the Isles to join the sorcerers and seek further clues of...
I mean, you could play the game with the mouse cursor showing, but it is really confusing for some reason. And we could potentially click on things, maybe outside the game or something. Nah, I think the mouse cursor is actually bound to the game itself. Alright, it's gone. Perfect. Okay, we can always get back by just sliding off the mountain, I think, so should be good. Wait, Geralt? Yeah, some sliding to be done.
Medallion's humming. Ace of power, it's gotta be.
Nice. Probably give us an experience point. Yeah. But once again, we don't really have any use for it right now. Could start putting it, but then again we might as well just save it until we have more free slots. Unless we want to go down a different path somewhere. Deflect arrows while parrying. Nah. Aim with a crossbow? No. No. So what are we using right now? Igni, better, that's nice. Target does not move towards Geralt while he's casting Axe. Number of alternative mode charges. 9. Number of standard mode traps 2. I don't know what that means. A different... Okay, so this is... If you go down this path, you get more... I see. So this is how you unlock those. Continuous stream of fire that damages enemies. Stamina regen in combat plus. That seems good, actually. Okay, I might unlock that and do that instead of the axie thing. But that has way better stamina regen currently since it's upgraded. Quench shield pushes opponents back when it breaks. That could be cool. I don't know how to swap between the modes, but there's probably a key for that. Alright, let's go down the fire stream. That seems cool. Increases Ignisign by 5%, so that's just a pure upgrade. I guess we should swap around our signs when we're starting a fight and we know what it's all about, because we can't use all of these, right? No. Need to put a lot of points in here though. If this has 5, that has 3 steps. 5 steps, that's 8. So to unlock this, we still need to unlock like 3 or 4 that we might not need. That's kind of silly. So is it even worth going down this tree? I want to try this though, for sure. And how do we swap? Modify attack type, that could be it. Toggle between signs, no, use quick access. Maybe you just press it again, I guess. Could be. Objective, no. Okay, pressing it again does nothing. If I press tab, doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, that's the new version. Maybe I always just have that now. Drains pretty quickly. Can I get the regular mode? No, so it always does that. If I hit tab... No, it always does it. So I guess if you have it equipped, it's gonna do the secondary thing, I think. Okay. Secrets? Alright, I think that's it. Let's see where we can do a nice little glide. This should be decent. Whee! Okay. Okay, so we are done with that quest, I think. Yeah, it disappeared. That's not the one. Okay, let's continue with this. Oh, oh, wait. Oh, yeah. So we're actually not on the island that I thought we were. But we can sail south. Can we... We can't sort these by place, right? Lord of Unvik, it kind of tells you, but yeah, not really. This is not here. This is too far away. That's in a different spot. And that's not here either. And that's also all the way over here. Alright, I guess we're just sailing away. Could look around for more quests, but we do have a fast travel point here. So we can always get back here with ease. And I think my green marker is actually still marking the boat that we kind of missed before. Can I boat? There we go. Alright, this is probably gonna take quite some time. We do have a quest here, we can check that out, I guess. And then the real quest marker is marking the path. Thank you for the boat! I'm a little bit worried about breaking the boat. Key with the ring attached. The crooked mast marks a spot, but not just any fool can find the treasure. Is it this box here? Probably not. There is a crooked mast though. I guess we're diving. Could be okay. I think the well, crooked. I guess that's not the same as tilted, right? Maybe this is a crooked mast. Oh, maybe. Can I? Geralt? Get. Geralt? Can't do anything about it. Strange. There's been a couple of cases where we had trouble interacting underwater. Oh, maybe this is where we... Oh, this is probably where we put the... Ah. This is where we put the sword before, I think. And we never found the stuff out here. Is that it? Yeah. Maybe. I think it is. So maybe this key actually would have worked for the house then, to get into that room we couldn't get into. Worth keeping in mind if we ever return here. Alright, let's go. Oh, can I shoot? Oh, I can. Also need to look where we're going. What the? I don't know if this is a place where the currents were supposed to be treacherous and there were a lot of rocks sticking up out of the water like pricks, as I've been told. Just want to get this place on my minimap, see if there is something here. There is something here. What the? I can't let go of the crossbow. What the fuck? Am I just supposed to shoot them? I cannot let go of the helm. What the hell is going on? Can you stop holding on, Geralt? Jesus Christ, so I guess that had to happen. It is so hard to turn around in the water. Also looting these. Why is it that I can always loot the one, but not the other? Maybe this is one we already looted then. I don't know. Maybe the loot was shared in between them. Maybe you can break the barrels and make the chest fall all the way down. Maybe that's a strat. We need to drop some things. That was just for festivities. Doesn't really weigh anything, but let's drop it anyway. 43 armor, same as what we're using. Don't really need those. Let's drop them. Decent, but it's medium armor. And still not any better really, so worth some money, but eh. So, how do I aim manually? There we go. That doesn't work. No. There's still more stuff here. Dive? The water controls are not great. There we go, now I can loot it. Maybe because... oh, maybe when your inventory is full. You can't even open chests. Maybe. Oh, I just looted the same stuff again. God damn it. Well, let's drop it again. A little overburdened. That's crap. That's kind of crap as well. +7 fire damage. That is good. And 3 free slots. I like that. I kept this around for the armor piercing, but should I keep it? That's a silver sword. I want to keep 1 extra of each type of weapon. Let's just use this Daystar. Kind of want to sell these, but also don't want to carry a lot of stuff around. Okay, let's keep everything for now. I thought the boat took damage on the right side up front, but I think that's just an opening for something, because... oh, it has taken damage actually. Okay, so I think they broke through a little bit, the sea harpies, or whatever they were. Sirens. The seahorse, as they were called. Oh, this is not the main... oh, this is not the place at all. Oh. Oh. Kinda want to check it out though. There is a fresh boat if we want one. Come on, Geralt. No, why? Why would you turn around? I don't understand that. I hold forward still. And now it turned around. Okay, he found his bearing again. Okay, there we go. Hello, Harris. Alright, I just want to practice aiming. Pirate? I'm trying to use my new flame. Doesn't seem to work that well. Okay, well. Yeah. What the? That's an archer. That's another archer. Was he pumping his crossbow like a... It's like he's... Yeah, you lose aim when you start hitting someone with this, I think. I don't know what's going on exactly. Yeah, it seems no good, actually. Yeah, it doesn't stun them like the other one does. Yeah, I'm not too happy about that. I am not too happy about that. Maybe when we upgrade it, it becomes a little bit stronger, but that knocks them back and you don't have to aim it. And it didn't seem to deal a super amount of damage. Could be that I'm using it incorrectly. Probably not worth picking that up. Nah. Should be more guys somewhere. Not dead ones, but down by the hut. Yeah, figures. We need to find a key, probably on one of the guys, which was why I kind of want to lead them. Oh, this is a hare. Okay, we didn't find the key. Can we platform our way up somehow? Ow. Okay, fast travel point, always good. It's kind of cool seeing a lot of ruins in a game where, you know, the time period we're in is usually the time period we see these kind of ruins in or from. So these are just way older. Could also be that they're a bit modern buildings and just been ruined by war. I want to try Erden. Oh, that's not what I meant to try. What am I trying to use? Axie, that's one. So they don't attack for you in this game, right? They just get fucked up. Haven't used it too much. I think we used it early on for one fight where there were super tanky boys that kept hunting us. So. And sometimes there's a one-shot using that, so it's good against tanky boys, for sure. Okay, let's try parrying here. Okay, I guess I remember how to do it. Oh, he tried to punch me after he dropped his sword. That was cool. Wow. The archers gonna get me. Get the dog! Okay. Not taking a lot of damage, but it's an annoying fight because there's just enemies everywhere. The dogs are probably the most difficult part right here. Why didn't he catch on fire? I don't know.
Lost your nerve?
And when the fighting works, it definitely works and it feels very satisfying. It's not too difficult. Well, it kind of is. The guys with the shield kind of screw everything up, and the archer, so it's very good because there's a lot of variation in what you can do. I probably could have just kept mashing attack here and been fine since they didn't hit me for too hard. There was one chunk of damage we took that I had to heal from. Because I was playing it a little bit too aggressive. Okay.
Come on.
I keep blocking to parrying too early. Yep, way too early. It's not easy to parry. There we go. So I kind of blocked rather than parrying, it seemed like. was trying to roll through these. Not that game. Really? Hidden treasure, okay. Thank you for telling me, game. Yeah. I keep doing it so early. Wow, late? I guess I can't... I've tried to unequip my torch, but it is just impossible when you're fighting. I don't know why. There we go. It is so weird. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like every fifth... Well, every other input actually just doesn't work when you're fighting. Equipping or unequipping a torch, it's just... Nope, it's not happening. It's really strange. I think it's because you're doing something else. Probably I have just attacked and then you need to wait for 4 seconds before you can do anything. I don't know why. Mysterious note. Keep an eye out for castaways, lone travelers, drunk warriors. Bring them to me, to the cellar, to the ancient one craves blood. Penungulum Megalumnaf Cthulhu. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Actually becomes harder to see with the torch. Can't see far away. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because you're kind of blinding yourself, but you're lighting up your close surroundings. But further away. Yeah, that's actually nice. I haven't thought about that previously in this game. What the heck? Don't know how the shield is blocking the fire damage, but that's okay. So I guess we could just do this. Isn't good enough though. I'm not gonna search everything. I don't think the key will be... It could be hidden in one crate, you know. There we go. This is very Game of Thrones here. Or maybe Game of Thrones is very witchery. Or maybe it's all just history. Okay. A lot of loot. Not gonna keep all of these, but some I do believe they're used for crafting, so... Yeah, that's crap. Fancy pants, though. That's pretty good. 2 slots available as well, just 1 pure armor. And also plus vitality. These are actually better than my current pants. And we are not getting any buffs from... the set, right? Yeah, we need to upgrade it to Grandmaster level. I think that's it. Could be that we're missing out on the sword only, and maybe once we have everything in our set, maybe this one as well. We have 2 of these, 111, 121. Yeah. Don't have too many things to drop. Well, everything has weight, I guess. That weighs some amount. Alright. Should we use these pants? I'm so scared of me potentially just randomly dropping these trousers. These are light as well. Let's put them all the way up here. And we can put a couple of things in them. Quen intensity, Igni up, always good. Hard. I guess we can do one Urden, 5% intensity. Could be good. And one... that's Quen though. 5 Igni, 2 Igni, alright. Oh, we haven't put anything in our chest armor. What? 2% Igni. Hard intensity, that could be good as well, I guess. Yeah, sure. I don't know why it sounds like ducks quacking when you do things. Is it a poop bucket? No. So much loot.
Sky cells. Nice idea for a prison without bars. Shame he didn't know how to fly.
But I gotta say, I guess the water is supposed to be really cold, but this is not too high to jump off. I guess you might land on the cliff. We can't really see down well enough. But yeah, this should be able to be jumped. Alright, now we picked up too many things again. We got a cool looking sword. Is it any good? It is actually the same as the kind of one we're using. 1 extra slot. Yeah, this is better. And looks cooler. Sign intensity in general, that seems cool. Chance to stagger. Attack power 3%. We had 5 extra on the one we were using. Armor piercing. I am always interested in that. Poison? %. I feel like 90% of fights against humanoids, poison is not gonna do the trick. But then again, if you're actually fighting 5 guys and you poison one of them and focus on the others, it could work, just bring it down a little bit, you know. I'm trying to use the runes that are the highest numbers. I think sign intensity is always good. Stagger. I'm gonna go with poison. Okay, there we go. We're still carrying too much though. Okay. Oh, this one is also good, this sword. God damn it. I guess I'm just dropping this one. We could remove the rune. I still don't remember if you keep the rune or the weapon. I think you keep the weapon so you can put another rune in there, right? So might as well just drop this. And now we can walk again. Okay, that was the treasure. Nice. can I save my game? What? Is it because I'm sprinting? Yeah. Everyone knows that you can save your game while sprinting. I think that's new. Nostrix. Nope. Yep. Okay, it is locked. Doesn't usually say need a key to open or something like that. Maybe. I do sense a platform puzzle here. Oh no. It's a little bit dangerous what I'm doing here. Could work. Okay. And we can't move boxes and stuff like that. So you're definitely supposed to be able to get up here, I feel like. It's a detail inside. Illusory walls, maybe? Glitch through the ceiling. Oh! Maybe you're not supposed to be here after all. Come on, Geralt. Don't. Just grab onto the edge. Oh, there we go. Sprinting. Oh yeah, oh no. This has gone wrong. Oh no. Yep, okay. Very disappointing, there was nothing here. What? Maybe it's a way of getting around here, dropping down, but yeah, I don't see anything. I guess we can jump across at least. Geralt, just... doesn't like grabbing on. Okay. So, I kind of want to try to vault up left here, but I don't want it to vault over. Can you vault just up? Yes, thank you. Oh, I think we're seeing a gate from above. I guess that's how it could look. Well, so much for my platforming. What the hell? Come on. That's lame. I feel like they might have not put in all the time they needed in this area to make it safe and secure to platform and whatnot. Sometimes there's a lot of possibilities to actually get stuck. Okay, no archers, I think. Oh, I'm punching. How do I remove my weapon? I actually don't know. That's overkill. So, I do like the parrying in this game because the timing of it makes sense. It's almost a little bit too late. It's very forgiving if you got bad reaction. But compare it to some of the Souls-like games we played, where you need to basically almost guess in order to do the parry. It's so fast that you need to react because of probably animation time for you bringing your parry up. Here you can do it super late. It's almost when the hit lands. It's just right before that you need to do the parry, which feels correct. That you should time it with when the hit is about to strike. We can't really do the parry here. So I can't really show it because I'm just going into my Witcher senses if I do the parry move. But yeah, it feels good actually having to time it with the hit itself. Could drop down here at some point. Okay. Is this not a real door? No, this is rocks behind it. But it looked like they were guarding something. Is it platforming time? Again? Leading nowhere? I'll take it. No. I don't think we can jump in between the tree and the wall here, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, the tree is just way wider than it looks. And I couldn't climb there. Oh, I'm falling. It's fine. It sure felt like they were guarding something. I don't think we can... Yeah. It's fine. But yeah, this area has definitely been the wonkiest when it comes to movement and platforming. So... don't think it has been their main focus. Securing this area for movement. Oh, come on. Come on. For instance, not being able to get up, it's kind of annoying. There we go. Probably don't want to drop in there. Let's see. This is our boat, I think. So we haven't been over here. But then again, we have the... Oh, we have been. I wonder if the key we found will actually work for this. Probably not. I think we only found one key. I don't have a way back up, I think. Unless we can do some fancy maneuvers here. Oh! It's all about speed. Okay, now we're back here. I guess I never went up here. Oh! Ursine Steel Sword enhanced. Okay. That tree is very bendy for being as thick as it is. Okay, finally something hidden in one of these. This wasn't even a platforming spot. Oh, nice. Nope. But why would there be two guards over by that tower and that door? And the door wasn't even interactable. You couldn't interact with it. Could be something left behind from when there once was something. Yeah, the door over there. So it's a small little tower, and it seemed like there were rubble inside. I don't think it was the cliffside. I think it's just been collapsed. But yeah. So I think that's it for this little place. I like the place though. I wish there were more secrets hidden around. Maybe I'm not going all the way up. Maybe there are more secrets somewhere. But this door was locked as well. Yeah, we've seen a lot of locked doors where the key is... I mean, the key could be like in a barrel somewhere. I don't think so, though. Could be that we're getting a key from a merchant on a different part of the world saying, oh, if you ever head back to my old family home on such and such island, here's a key to it. Pick it up, Geralt. Just, it's right there. Pick up the... Okay. Well, I think this view is worth ending the game on. We have a boat down below as well. Not ended the game, but ended the stream, I should say. Is that... Okay, we're looking this way. Okay, that's actually the main island where we were before. So, the map keeps screwing me with my head. I guess since we fast traveled up here, we didn't really get a good feel for how far this is. We did run or use roads to get all the way down here. That seemed to take forever though, but I guess we did a couple of side missions on the way and we stopped and we fought and whatnot, so I guess it just feels way longer. So that distance is actually longer than just sailing to this island. And then sailing this stretch is even shorter. So it all makes sense. So it shouldn't be too bad heading over here. There's also a boat here. Can't really tell if there's anything over here. No buildings at least, it seems like. So I guess next week we're just heading over to do the quest. And yeah, man. It's good to be back, and I really like this part of the game. This area is, I don't know, to me it looks better. It's a little, I don't know, there was something about the coldness with how the game looks, I think. The previous area was just very sunny and happy, almost, even though, you know, we're fighting monsters and there's death and war everywhere. I think there was something about the color temperature that just... is fitting. And the music has been great in this area. I think it's been different music, I would assume so. And also the looks of everything is good. And the fights and the side quests have been kind of interesting as well. So, hooray! That'll be it for The Witcher 3 today. Tomorrow, PUBG early on, and then we're gonna play Doki Doki Literature Club. And Wednesday, some GeoGuessr early on, and no Deus Ex, sadly, I gotta be working. And Thursday, PUBG and System Shock 2, and truck driving on Sunday, of course. So, yeah, thank you for hanging out, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.